네, 이제 한 분 한 분 장내로 입장해주고 계신데요. 네, 여러분 지금 2022 IFEZ 스마트
A big round of applause.
네, 시간 인천경제자유구역청 김진용 청장님을 비롯한
Kim Jin-young, the commissioner of IFEZ, and the other VIPs are gracing this occasion with their presence. Thank you so much for your attendance.
The best city to live in, an advanced smart city. IFEZ Smart City suggests a future. As a smarter and greener city, IFEZ pursues to become a worldwide futuristic model. IFEZ has grown to be the world's largest hub of IT and bio-industries and is becoming a new global leader of new material, healthcare, education, tourism, and distribution. IFEZ integrates smart city services based on hyper-connected networks and manage them 24 hours in its 3 areas of Songdo, Yeongjong, and Cheongna. IFEZ Public Data Hub is Korea's first of its kind. It saves and analyzes all IFEZ data in the cloud. Those data are provided to be used when companies develop innovative technologies. Since 2003, IFEZ, with accumulated experience and competence of a smart city business, and with the governmental support, Incheon Startup Park was established to foster creative startup companies. Grow rapidly together within IFEZ's smart platform, developing into an extremely advanced smart city. And it is IFEZ Smart City's mission, a place that globalizes your life's values in a smarter way. This is IFEZ, the global business frontier.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to start 2022 IFEZ Smart City International Symposium. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here. Welcome. My name is Lai Yong-nan, announcer and an MC for today's conference. Thank you so much. This symposium is co-hosted by the Incheon Free Economic Zone Authority, Incheon Smart City, and Quebec Government Office in Seoul, sponsored by Incheon City, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, and the Canadian Embassy in Korea. First, let me extend my gratitude to the online audience who is watching 2022 IFEZ Smart City International Symposium. And I believe that the people, not only from Korea, but also from Canada and the rest of the world, are now watching the IFEZ YouTube channel for today's symposium. Today's symposium has this topic of Incheon meets Quebec. And what comes to your mind whenever you hear the word Quebec, Canada? Maybe you will be reminded of the beautiful sceneries that you watched in Korean soap opera drama, The Goblin. But Quebec is a city famous for the aerospace, life science, AI, and deep tech. These innovations in these sectors are being married with their efforts for smart city. Today's international symposium will be a great opportunity for us to talk about the synergy effects that we can create together between the two cities. I hope that the innovators from Incheon and Quebec can share their information and experiences at today's symposium. Please stay with us until the end. First of all, now let me invite Commissioner of the Incheon Free Economic Zone Authority to the stage for an opening speech. I give you Mr. Commissioner of IFEZ Authority. Please give a big hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Kim Jin-yong, Commissioner of the Incheon Free Economic Zone Authority, better known as IFEZ to many of you. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the 2022 IFEZ Smart City International Symposium. In particular, my special thanks go to Mr. Tudor Hera, Minister Counselor, Embassy of Canada to Korea, Ms. Geneviève Roland, Head of Quebec Government Office in Seoul, Dr. Remy Quirion, Chief Scientist of Quebec, taking time out of your busy schedule to join us here in Songdo IFEZ. And I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the keynote speakers of today, Ms. Mahiev Jong, Vice President Exportation Investment Quebec International, Mr. Jesse Vincent Herskovich, Vice President of Business Development at MITAS, Mr. Lee Jong-hoon, Professor at Yonsei University, and the professionals who are invited to speak for the symposium. Also, I want to express my deep appreciation to the Quebec Government Office in Seoul, working with us as one team to put this meaningful event together. Also, let me warmly welcome all on-site and online participants from near and far to join us for today's symposium. Distinguished guests, cities hit hard by COVID-19 are getting back to normal, regaining vitality and building up momentum. God made the country, and man made the town. This is a famous part of the poem written by William Cooper, one of the most popular poets of his time. What I can interpret from his saying is that we bear the responsibility to add the best values into our respective cities. In the course of only 20 years, IFEZ has developed from a vast mud flat to a globally recognized smart city. From the very beginning, we acted with an eye to the future. We harnessed technologies to make our city smarter and sustainable. I feel proud that we have built greatness out of nothing by turning our vision into reality. Now, IFEZ is globally recognized as a representative smart city and emerging as one of the top biotech hubs in the world. In addition, we successfully launched the Incheon Startup Park, Korea's first startup cluster, ensuring a wide range of support available for startups specializing in smart city and biotechnologies. However, unfortunately, the global economy is again facing daunting challenges. I strongly believe that we should be the ones who bring real innovations into our cities with the new ideas and technologies. This year, IFEZ is partnering with Quebec for putting this event together. Quebec is globally recognized as an international winter capital. Quebec is also known as an exemplary city for the social economy with over 11,000 social economy enterprises. Quebec has a strong culture of innovation, and innovation is part of Quebecers' DNA. Quebec is actively fostering deep tech startups and applying their solutions to urban challenges. I believe that policy support and relentless efforts made by the Quebec provincial government, the central government, and companies all together sit at the heart of achievement and success Quebec is enjoying today. In this regard, I am very excited to hear from impressive thought and action leaders from both Korea and Quebec at this gathering. I am very confident that starting from today, even greater levels of cooperation between IFEZ and Quebec will be ongoing. So let me conclude by thanking again all the speakers and panelists from IFEZ and Quebec. I look forward to insightful presentations and inspiring dialogue. Thank you.
네, 여러분 힘찬 감사의 박수 전해주시기 바랍니다.
Thank you very much. Give him a big hand. We heard from Jin Yong Kim, Commissioner of IFEZ. He extended his opening remarks, thanking participants and welcoming them. As the Commissioner said, Incheon and Quebec, we will be leading the innovation for smart cities, and he spoke about the significance of today's International Symposium. Next, we will go on to the next congratulatory remark delivered by Incheon Metropolitan City Mayor Jung Bok-yu. Distinguished guests, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Jung Bok-yu, Mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City, Korea. I wholeheartedly congratulate the hosting of IFEZ Smart City International Symposium 2022. I would like to especially thank Director of the Quebec office in Korea, Genevieve Rowland, and officials from the Canadian Embassy in Korea. Also, my thanks goes to all the experts and participants from home and abroad. Canada is a country that holds a special meaning to Korea, as the two countries will soon celebrate the 60th anniversary of diplomatic relations. In particular, Quebec City, co-hosting today's symposium, is even more special because it is well known in Korea for being featured in Goblin, a famous K-drama, and also as a city of culture and tourism. Furthermore, Quebec is a renowned innovative city in the fields of aerospace, biotechnology, and smart cities. Through advanced ICT technology and intelligent urban infrastructure, Incheon City seeks to find solutions that will enhance the prosperity of Incheon and contribute to a better future for the world. These efforts are centered around smart cities in Seongdo, Yeongjong, and Cheongna that provide safe and convenient urban services. Moreover, for balanced city development, Incheon City is carrying out Jimurpo Renaissance project, which will fill the gap between the original city centers with new city centers by integrating them through culture, tourism, and industry. Based on accumulated technology and experience, even recognized by the world, Incheon's smart city is making great strides as a leading city through various policy developments, public-private cooperation models, and is continuously developing service models and even seeking to export them. Following the presentations, there will be various discussions on innovation through cooperation, smart cities, and startup innovation. I hope these discussions contribute to the development of Incheon, Korea, and even the world. I'm certain that today's gathering will be the final step in solidarity, first step in solidarity, sharing experiences and policies of global cities. Incheon will actively participate as a leading smart city. Once again, congratulations on hosting the 2022 IFEZ Smart City International Symposium, and thank you for visiting Incheon. I wish you good health and happiness. Thank you.
네, 여러분 감사의 박수 보내주시기
Thank you so much.
바랍니다.
Please give another round of applause to our
유정복
mayor,
시장님의
Yu
감사 말씀
Jong-bok.
함께
Thank you so
하셨습니다.
much for that
네, 감사합니다.
welcoming speech.
네, 그럼 다음으로는 2022
Next,
IFEZ
I'd like to
스마트시티
invite the Minister
국제심포지엄
Counselor,
이수관
Embassy
귀한
of
발언을
Canada
해주신
to
분들이
Korea,
계신데요. 주한 캐나다 대사관
Tudo Hera, to the stage for another congratulatory remark. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Bonjour à tous. 안녕하세요. It's my pleasure to have the opportunity to talk here at today's important event. First and foremost, thank you to Commissioner Kim from IFEZ for his presence and for allowing me to speak with you today. Thank you to the Incheon Smart City Corporation, as well as to the Incheon City Government. A special thanks to Marie-Ève Jean, the VP of Investissement Québec International, and of course Geneviève, the head of the Quebec office here. And a special thanks to the government of Korea, especially Molit and the Minister of SMEs and Startups. I think it's not a coincidence that we're here today in Incheon. Both of our governments, be it the Canadian government, the Quebec government, Montreal, Quebec City, but most importantly, Incheon, believe in investing in the future. We believe in innovation, we share common values, and we believe that these commitments are better achieved if we work together. To that end, Incheon is a model for investing in innovation with its bio cluster, with its startup ecosystem. And there is many partnerships we can do between our country and the city of Incheon to move forward these common goals. For several decades now, Canada and Korea have been partnering on STI. Since 2016, we have a formal framework for that, the Canada-Korea Science, Technology, and Innovation Agreement. Through this agreement, both of our countries help joint projects between companies and research centers to bring products to commercializations. And since its signature in 2016, we have moved 20 important projects that will help the economies of both our countries. More importantly, however, this agreement is a forum in which we can talk, we can discuss, we can share experiences, and find new ways to collaborate together. In particular, my team at the Embassy of Canada here in Seoul every year organizes what we call a partnership development activity. It sounds very bureaucratic, but what it means basically, it's a mission of Canadian companies that come to Korea to find partners to move forward projects together. Now, we've had quite a few of them. Last year was on Smart City Innovations, and this November, 10 Canadian companies will be coming here to Korea to discuss digital health, a subject of great interest to Incheon. Now, this is an exciting time in our bilateral relation. I think it's fair to say Canada and Korea know that they're friends, they can rely on each other, but we've taken that a little bit for granted in the past years because we had so much insecurity and challenges that were facing us. And there's a realization that we need to be deliberate in the way we work together. And no more, not a bigger representation of that as possible than the visit of President Yoon to Canada 2 weeks ago. He chose Canada as his first destination for a bilateral trip, and we were extremely honored to host him. Unfortunately, his short schedule only allowed him to go to Toronto and to Ottawa. But in Toronto, he was able to work with the University of Toronto, the artificial intelligence ecosystem, and I think he brought back a great commitment to really push our bilateral relationship, a commitment that is shared by our Prime Minister Trudeau, and they both agreed to increase the level of our partnership to a strategic partnership. So, over the next year, I think you will see a lot of developments in that regard, especially leading to 2023, which is the 60th anniversary of our bilateral relations. And with that in mind, there is a clear message from both our governments to really push the envelope and to develop greater partnership, especially in science, technology, and innovation, because we have found that there is a great merit in working with partners that share common values, where we can ensure our common security, both economic security, financial security, and as well the security of our people. So Canada and Korea, it's a new chapter, but an extremely exciting new chapter. And my team at the Embassy of Canada is always there to help you, working in partnership with the Quebec office, or also other parts of Canada where you may wish to discover the STI ecosystem in those parts. Thank you again for allowing me to share this important event with you today. And thank you very much again to Incheon for being such a gracious host. 감사합니다.
네, 여러분 큰 박수로 감사를 전해주시기 바랍니다. 주한 캐나다 대사관
Thank you very much. Give him a big hand. We heard the remarks from the Minister Counselor Tudor Hera, and as he stated, we will be speaking about ways to innovate Incheon and Quebec and cities in Canada. And next, we will be hearing from Won-jae Lee, First Vice Minister of Land, Infrastructure and Transportation. Distinguished guests, it is a pleasure to greet you all. I am Lee Won-jae, First Vice Minister of MOLIT. First, congratulations on hosting the 2022 IFEZ Smart City International Symposium. I would like to express my deep gratitude to Mayor Yoo Jung-bo, IFEZ Commissioner Kim Jin-yong, Embassy of Canada, Minister Counsel Tudor Hera, Director of the Quebec office in Korea, Genevieve Roland, and all those who have endeavored to host today's meaningful event. Today, cities face many daunting challenges. Low birth rate, aging population, energy shortage, and natural disasters caused by climate change are requiring cities to take on functions and roles that are unlike the past. And many cities around the world are seeking answers by seeking transformation into smart cities.
한국 또한 사물 인터넷,
Korea is also actively promoting smart city solutions using IoT and big data technologies, and MOLIT is making efforts to improve related regulations and foster smart city startups so that innovative technologies and services can be commercialized. Distinguished guests, Incheon Free Economic Zone is the center of the global bio-industry and a representative global smart city that fares well even when compared to major cities in the world. And Quebec, Canada, a co-host of today's symposium, is a city that draws attention from around the world for its cutting-edge technology industries such as aerospace mobility, hydrogen fuel cells, and artificial intelligence. This event is extremely meaningful as the first step in cooperation between the two cities to develop smart city innovation technologies and create a startup ecosystem. Through today's symposium, I am confident that the global smart city IFEZ and Quebec, a global innovation city, will share experiences and work together to set the direction for future world cities. Once again, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the presenters and officials from both countries, and I hope that today's symposium will be of great help to the development of smart cities and innovative startups. Thank you.
네, 여러분 감사의 박수 보내주시기
Thank you so much.
바랍니다.
Please give another round of applause to
to
the First Vice Minister of MOLIT, Lee Won-jae. So MOLIT will also give us support for sustainable development of smart cities. Thank you so much. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Jean-Viève Roland, Chief Scientist of Quebec, for a congratulatory speech. Please give a big round of applause to the Chief Scientist, Geneviève Roland.
Bonjour à tous. 안녕하세요. 저는 주한 케벡종 부대표부 Geneviève Roland 대표입니다.
So good
만나서
afternoon,
반갑습니다.
everyone. Great to see you all. I am Geneviève Roland, Chief Scientist of Quebec.
오늘 인천 및 케벡 행사에 와주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you for coming to
I will continue in
2022
English now.
IFEZ Smart City
I will
International
be quick
Symposium.
because I know that we have a lot of really interesting speakers coming, but it's really important to me to first thank the organizer of this event, IFEZ, for their vision. So thank you, Commissioner Kim and his team. I would also like to thank Incheon Smart City Corporation, Incheon Metropolitan Government, and MOLIT, and also the Ministry of Startup and SMEs, and the Canadian embassies for supporting this event. Thank you to all those organizations. I also need to thank our speakers, the guests that are speaking from Quebec. Merci beaucoup, merci à nos conférenciers. And a special thanks to Marie-Ève Jean, Vice President of Invest Quebec International, for coming here in Korea, spending the week with us, trying to develop even further the relation in creative industries and innovations especially. Thank you. Despite some differences between Quebec and Korea in terms of mostly size and population, so Quebec is 17 times the size of Korea for a population of only 8.5 million people. But despite those differences, we have common realities. We are economies driven with technologies, innovation, and creativities. And we really are thankful to have this occasion today to showcase and to give you a sample of this creativity and innovation. Quebec government is in Korea for now more than 30 years, fostering relations in terms of FDI, export, but also culture and innovation. So in order to illustrate those relations established through the time, I will show you a short video that will really give you a good idea of what we're doing in Korea. Merci beaucoup. 감사합니다.
avec l'accord de libre-échange Canada-Corée, avec un système solide d'innovation et avec une influence culturelle et technologique forte dans la région, la Corée du Sud est un partenaire stratégique important pour le Québec.
La Corée du Sud investissait déjà beaucoup au Québec et au Canada. On souhaitait qu'il y ait une réciproque et qu'on puisse nous aussi exporter en Asie.
The past 3 decades have seen ever-expanding trade, cultural collaboration, and human exchanges between Korea and Quebec.
안녕하세요. 제가 한국에서 펄솔이라고 합니다. 반갑습니다. 제가 이제는 한국에서 5년 동안 살았고 한국에서 코미디 활동하는 중이에요.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Antonio Park. Je suis un restaurateur, en même temps un chef à Montréal. Je suis ici en Corée pour vous inviter.
Je suis sûr qu'ils travaillent dans des conditions qui ne sont pas toujours faciles, mais je sais qu'ils le font avec une longue fidélité, dont M. Yu, qui est là depuis tout le temps, qui apparaît sur une photo qui avait été prise à l'époque.
Je travaille pour Québec depuis 1991.
Mon rôle était d'aider les petites et moyennes entreprises ainsi que les grandes à développer le commerce entre le Québec et l'Asie en passant par Séoul.
So CA started in Korea first time in 1985 when we sold our first full flight simulator to Korean Air.
L'élément qui m'a frappé en Corée, c'était cette ouverture à la culture.
퀘벡 다 처음 온 곳이었는데 아름다운 풍경 속에서 좋은 공기 마시면서 촬영할 수 있어서 좋았고요.
L'expérience au Québec change ma vie. Je souhaite maintenant aller étudier au Québec et pourquoi pas y travailler ensuite.
Puis je souhaite qu'il continuera à jouer un rôle important dans la relation Québec et la Corée.
앞으로 한국과 퀘벡 간의 협력이 좀 더 활발하게 진행될 수 있을 것이라고 생각됩니다.
Et de souhaiter que le gouvernement actuel poursuive dans l'affirmation de notre volonté de faire des affaires et de créer de l'emploi à partir de nos échanges économiques avec la Corée.
환영합니다. 네, 여러분 힘찬 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
A big hand, please. Thank you very much. So we heard from Genevieve Roland, director of the Quebec office in Seoul, in person, and we saw the interview of many, which shows that so many people have put in efforts to make today's international symposium possible, and we felt the affection that they have extended for this symposium. Next, we will be hearing from Ho Shik, the chairperson of the Incheon Metropolitan City Council. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings to you all. I am Ho Shik, chairperson of the Incheon Metropolitan City Council. On behalf of the 3 million citizens of Incheon, I extend my congratulations on the hosting of the 2022 IFEZ Smart City International Symposium. We deeply appreciate the hard work of Incheon Mayor Yoo Jung-bok and IFEZ Commissioner Kim Jin-yong and other officials for preparing this international symposium, which will be a valuable time for the development of Incheon Smart City. Amid the global economic crisis and hardships caused by COVID-19, smart cities are being promoted in many countries and cities as a solution to solve urban problems. In particular, Quebec City, Canada, co-hosting today's event, is a highly competitive international city that can provide much insight to Incheon City as it prepares to bring itself to a new level as a world-leading city, ensuring happiness of citizens by fostering smart cities and startups. Today's International Symposium will feature various discussions related to smart cities, including quantum ecosystems, aerospace UAM, urban air transportation, self-driving cars, smart farms, and smart logistics. I hope that today's discussion between Incheon and Quebec will serve as an invaluable time to find solutions for future cities and will be the priming water for leading smart city innovation between the two countries. The Incheon Metropolitan Council will also provide continued support and cooperation at the parliamentary level to create a world-class city, fostering happiness of citizens and providing high-quality services through smart cities. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much. Please give him a big hand. We heard from Chairperson of Incheon Metropolitan City Council.
Now I'd like to hear from Chief Scientist of Quebec, Lamy Korean. On behalf of the Quebec government, Canada, he sent us a video of a congratulatory speech.
My name is Rémi Quirion. I'm a Quebec Chief Scientist, also chair of the Tree Research Fund in Quebec, and president of the International Network for Government Science Advice. INCSA is present in more than 130 countries, and we have more than 5,000 members. Very pleased to be with you today for this very important conference on disruptive technology and smart cities. So the impact of these technologies in cities. And certainly partnership between Quebec and South Korea is critically important for us and hopefully on your side for you as well. Maybe a few words on the priority of our government, of the Quebec government, in the context of research and innovation. It's what we call SQRI2. So the Stratégie québécoise de recherche et d'innovation, number 2. Focus of that strategy, over $7 billion in 5 years. Some of the priority, artificial intelligence. You probably know already that Montreal, for example, is one of the major cities in the world in terms of research and innovation on artificial intelligence. AI applied to smart cities, applied to health, applied to computer science, everything. Even impact on our society in terms of social innovation. So we have even created one of the very first observatory on the social impact of AI. Another one very big for us, quantum computing. And the Quebec government just announced a few months ago the creation of an innovation district on quantum computing in Sherbrooke, a city about 150 kilometers from Montreal. Very important as well, smart transportation, clean energy, all very important in the context of smart cities. Also, circular economy, and we have developed network in circular economy over the past few years, and certainly there's opportunity for collaboration with you in South Korea. One big one also that we are just developing, maybe we could put it under the umbrella of One Planet, One Health. And there, very, very important to have partnership at the global level with various countries and cities in the world. So hopefully you'll have a good discussion today, and we'll be able to concentrate on collaboration between experts in South Korea and in Quebec, in Montreal, and really work together to develop smarter cities. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. Please give a big round of applause. We watched the congratulatory speech video from Lamy Korean, a chief scientist of Quebec, Canada. He sent us a message that the Canadian government is focusing on innovation and smart city. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So we heard the congratulatory remarks, and we will now go on to another important part of today's symposium, which is the MOU signing. First, there will be MOU signing between Incheon and working Incheon IFEZ, Incheon Technopark, and Sentech MOU. So today's MOU will facilitate cooperation and exchange between Incheon start-up park companies and Canada, Quebec deep tech companies. We will bring forward Commissioner Jin-Yong Kim and Chun-Sup Lee, Director of a Business Support Team at Incheon Technopark, and representative of Quebec office here in Korea, Geneviève Roland, and she will be signing the MOU on behalf of Sentech. Please give them a big hand as they come up to the stage. So we have the commissioner, we have the head of Quebec office in Korea, and also we have with us Chun-Sup Lee. So they are now signing, and after the two gentlemen have signed, Geneviève Roland will be signing. Please give them a big hand in congratulation of the signing of the MOU. And so they are exchanging the MOU to sign. And we have with us Geneviève Roland, Director of the Quebec office. So they are now signing the MOU, and the MOU is to facilitate exchange and co-development of companies of Sentech and Incheon Startup Park. As was mentioned, Incheon and Quebec are working for innovative smart cities and supporting of startups. We ask the three officials to stand for a commemoratory photo session. Please give them a big hand once again. Thank you very much. So we had the first MOU signing, and we now would like to ask all of the guests to come up to the podium to take pictures with the three officials. One moment. Thank you very much. Now, the VIPs present with us today, please come up to the stage for a group photo session. Thank you very much. We have from the Canadian Embassy, members from the Canadian Embassy and the speakers, members of Incheon Metropolitan City. They are coming forward. Thank you very much.
저희 완벽한 앵글 또 촬영을 위해서요. 마스크는 잠시만 촬영하는 동안에만
We will allow those on the stage to take off their mask for the photo session. Please give them a big hand.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.
네. 우리 작가님들 멋진 사진 잘 남겨주셨기를 바라겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. You may now go back to your seats.
고맙습니다.
Thank you.
네, 이제 이 순간을 이어서 두 번째
Moving on to the second MOU signing ceremony. This signing ceremony will be done by between the Vivo startup, which is part of the Incheon Startup Park, and Herbiera, a startup based in Quebec. Two startups will sign this MOU for innovative technologies and global market entry. Vivo is a startup that has developed assistive engineering devices to reduce digital divide of the visually challenged. And Herbiera is a startup based in Quebec, which owns smartphone innovative technologies. Now I'd like to invite the two CEOs of two startups to the stage. Please give a big hand.
대표님 간의 양자 협력 MOU 체결을 통해서
Two CEOs will sign this MOU so that the visually challenged will be able to cultivate crops with the assistance of their smart technologies. This is truly meaningful moment. Vivo has a smartphone assistive engineering technology, and Herbiera has the smartphone innovative technologies. They are signing the MOU to develop innovative technologies for the visually challenged. Please proceed and face the camera in the front. Please give a big hand. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a truly meaningful moment for many visually challenged people. Thank you so much, and we've ended the photo session for two CEOs. Thank you for participating in this MOU signing ceremony. So what do you think, ladies and gentlemen? In the opening ceremony, we've heard an opening speech and congratulatory speech and the two MOU ceremonies. For smart cities, innovation and further development in the future, many stakeholders, including the two governments of the two cities, have done a great job and made great efforts for better quality of life for residents in the two cities. Now we'd like to move on to the keynote speeches after this opening ceremony, and we prepared 3 keynote lectures.
We will be hearing from Maiev Zhang, Vice President of Investment Quebec International, and Maiev Zhang is here with us at the venue. We will be hearing about successful innovation cases in Quebec and innovation that is possible through cooperation. Please give Maiev Zhang a big hand.
Please come up to the stage.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, I should say. Thank you very much for having us. Thank you very much to Incheon and IFEZ for this event, wonderful event where we're able to discuss further collaboration between Quebec and Incheon and South Korea. So my name is Maiev Zhang, and I'm the Vice President for Export at Investissement Québec International, the international arm of Invest Quebec. Invest Quebec is a Quebec government agency that plays an active role in Quebec's economic development by spurring business innovation and growth, entrepreneurship, as well as investment and export. Invest Quebec offers multiple financial programs and services to support both local and foreign businesses with operation in the province. We deliver services to large corporations as well as startups. Invest Quebec International offer is pretty unique in the world, as we are an investment promotion and export agency that is actually backed by a financial corporation. We're also able to maintain a global presence thanks to a team of experts working out of 30 offices in 6 Canadian cities and 19 countries, including, of course, Quebec Government Office in Seoul, Korea. So we are a prime partner for foreign companies looking to expand their activities in North America, for Quebec companies looking to expand their activities outside of Quebec, and that are ready to grow and forge partnership like in South Korea. Last year, Investissement Québec earned the title of the most competitive economic development agency as part of the Canadian Competitiveness Award competition. So we're really proud about our success over the past years. So maybe I'd like to talk a little bit more about Quebec as a major player, economic player in North America. So Quebec is a driving force of the Canadian economy, with a GDP of 450 billion in 2020. Quebec is actually the second largest province of Canada in terms of population. And, as you probably know, we are able to work with trade agreement with the United States, Europe, Asia Pacific, and of course, South Korea. Quebec also has a strong government support for the economic development of the province and many attractive and stable incentives programs, such as R&D programs, e-business, International Finance Center, multimedia titles, video and film production. We also have a very diversified economy. It was mentioned before, we have many sectors where we can claim to be a leader. High value added sector. So in Quebec, we are a global hub in video game development industry. We are also the sixth North American hub for life science and health technology, which brings a nice opportunity to work with Incheon. We are also second in cybersecurity hub in Canada, and a top VFX and animation hub, with almost 40 visual effects studios and world-renowned expertise that you can see in blockbuster movies like Stranger Things, Game of Thrones, Star Wars, and many more. Quebec is also well known for its aerospace hub, with large contractors such as Bombardier, CAE, that is here in the room, and many more suppliers. And most recently, Quebec has developed a strategic cluster for the electric vehicle. And since we are among the largest deposit of strategic minerals, such as aluminum, nickel, cobalt, lithium, and much more. We were able to attract investment for battery production from GM and BASF, but also from Korean companies like POSCO, Chem, and Solus Advanced Material.
To each era, its challenges. To every challenge, its innovation. In Quebec, your challenges are our business opportunities. Electrification, telemedicine, process automation, innovation is everywhere around us. From cities to far-flung areas, in summer as in winter, Quebec is a laboratory of solutions recognized for its technological excellence and its openness to the world. Our secret? In a word, collaboration. Our innovation ecosystem is rich and organized. Here, government, mentors, and investors work hand in hand to sustain talent and creativity. In Quebec, we're home to a vibrant entrepreneurial culture and world-class universities and research centers that have created a highly qualified workforce. It's not surprising that so many world-class technology enterprises decide to set up shop here. After all, we can boast the largest AI community in the world. Add to this, hundreds of dynamic emerging enterprises that are ready to take on anything, some of the best performing accelerators and incubators on the planet, and a variety of financing programs. Solidity and audacity, the winning recipe for anyone dreaming of innovation. If joie de vivre is a fundamental character trait of Quebec, inventiveness is certainly our trademark. There's no doubt, with access to the finest creative talents and a culture of collaboration, your innovation challenges will find their solutions here in Quebec. So, are you ready to come and team up with us?
So as you can see, we have, I think, many advantages that makes us a good partner for South Korea in order to work together with our startup community on innovation project. And We also have innovation support. So the Quebec government is really active into bringing support, like tax credit for scientific research and experimental development. So as you can see, we offer up to 15% tax credit for Canada and up to 15% refundable credits from Quebec on all wages and subcontracting fees. So we're really pretty active into having this R&D structures and R&D investment in Quebec. We also have other programs supporting innovation like MyTax, who finances collaborative research between companies and professors, and also Prompt, who is supporting university and company R&D project, and also the CNRC, a federal institution, also present in Quebec, who provide advice and financing in industrial research up to $10 million. Quebec is also a really well-known tech corridor. So as you can see, we have, it was also shown in the video, so we have some of the best talent pool in North America, and with the presence of the world's 10 largest tech companies. In the innovation, so you can see we have many different partners working in the innovation field. So it's all Quebec partners, very active. So you can see this mostly research centers, also universities. So Quebec has many universities, as you can see, many research centers, active in all the key sectors that we have in Quebec. We discussed about AI. So in AI, we were lucky to have a research center, Mila, who attracted many international companies to really create this hub in artificial intelligence in Quebec. We also have environment and green technologies, which is another strong sector for us, with many research centers in green transportation and all other technologies as hydrogen, onshore wind, and so on. But what about Quebec and South Korea? So for us, South Korea is a strategic partner, thanks to its innovation ecosystem and technological influence. As you can see, our collaboration started a while ago. Quebec and Korea collaboration in innovation actually started with our first MOU between Startup Montréal and Shinhan Financial Group. This first step led the way for many more joint actions over the past year, like seminars for our startup community, B2Bs, panel, and pitching sessions. These actions brought us new collaboration between our startup, like we celebrated today with Herbia Era from Quebec and Rivo, and also between our incubator, Santec, with Inchineon. So these first, it's only some first MOUs, but I'm sure many more will come. In the light of the collaboration that I mentioned, we are very happy that Inchineon highlighted Quebec in today's symposium, and I'm sure that we will be able to find new opportunities to work together. For us, South Korea is a strategic partner, thanks to its innovation ecosystem. And to prove my point, in 2021, Quebec export to South Korea increased by 33%, making this country the 7th largest export destination from Quebec, and Quebec 10th largest partner. But also, the relationship between South Korea and Quebec is expected to continue with the Canada-South Korea Free Trade Agreement signed on January 1st, 2015. Our collaboration is also linked to South Korea and Canada Technology and Innovation Agreement that was mentioned before, that was ratified on December 20, 2016. Many sectors are offering a strong potential for collaboration in innovation in the near future, like transportation, electric vehicles and aerospace, creative industries, biotech, artificial intelligence, and also biofood. We are looking forward to generate more exchange between Quebec and Korean accelerators, find opportunities for financing startups from both sides, and the establishment of joint funding program for our research project. Actually, there is currently a collaboration to fund joint research project in the advanced materials sector. It's the third call for project that is actually on the way, as well as 3 collaborations under development in the biotech, ICT, and aeronautics sectors. Quebec and Korean companies also have the opportunity to partner and work together through a joint research program such as PRIMA, and PRIMA Quebec, and the National Research Foundation of Korea. And further, we also have many activities to come, so many opportunities to join together our startups, such as Interbattery in March 2023, also Canada-Korea Conference on Science and Technology, and many activities on the world scene, such as CES, coming next year. So I want to thank you very much. I hope that you find some great opportunities to collaborate with Quebec, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to sign new agreements and find new collaboration in the near future. Thank you.
네, 여러분 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다.
Please give her a big hand. We heard from Maev Jong, Vice President of IQI. We heard about the innovative sectors and cases in which there can be collaboration for innovation. Next, we will go on to the next presentation.
Well, next presentation will be delivered by Professor of Yonsei University Graduate School of Information, Lee Jung-hoon, who is involved in the many smart city projects. His presentation has the title of the Digital Transformation of Cities Through Smart Technologies and Innovation. Please give a big hand.
Good afternoon. Thanks for inviting me here as International Symposium at the IFEZ as well. It's a great privilege and honor here as well to deliver the keynote speech. My title is about the urban digital transformation through the smart city technology and innovation. And probably I just wanted to raise the question that which is more important, technologies or innovation? Probably soon you heard a lot of words of innovation just now. So I think that you can guess what it will be my speech is about. So I've been working on smart city for last more than 10 years, and I think the last 4 years or 5 years has been very exciting period for me to work with Incheon, looking at the various aspects of smart cities project as well. One of my work of research is about the index. So I'm working since 2017 to looking at how cities are transforming digital, taking the digital transformation using this 4IR technology, including AI and also the other technology as well. We are looking at the 31 cities this year, and we're going to publish. We already published this report. It's available on the website as well. So we've been analyzing different kind of apps and web services, as well as we are looking at 31 cities actually going on 1,088 projects, and they are very exciting. A lot of different kind of projects, including sustainability and mobility and all this area as well. And our framework is looking at the 8 different dimensions as well, and we have about 76 indicators that we are looking at as well. What we're trying to see is how the digital strategy or smart city strategy is actually taking the actions, and that creates the new innovations, and also how this new innovative movement actually creating the new ecosystems, and that's the kind of what we are trying to follow here as well. So we're looking at the infrastructure integration. I think a lot of Korean cities are by the way, we included Seoul, Incheon, and Busan is the actually 3 only cities that we're including from Korea, and rest of these is New York or London or major cities as well, including Barcelona as well. So when we look at the integrations, how this platform and data has been integrated, how we have a very good infrastructures to actually facilitate or supporting the smart city infrastructures. We look at the Incheon has been very putting the quite excellent, and some of Asian cities like in China is kind of leading under this smart city infrastructure integration as well. We have an integrated platform to collecting the data, to analyzing how the traffic is moved, and all this kind of different kind of data has been utilized. As well as we have an excellent integrated operating centers that I think has benchmarked by a lot of different countries and a lot of visitors from around the world to look at the Incheon's IOC, as well as that. So a lot of these other countries, when you look at the things, I think some of the infrastructure is a lag as well. But I think that having this infrastructure is very important to lifting up, to move forward to the new kind of innovative world as well. So that's the kind of digital infrastructure and smart cities and Incheon's current status. We also look at the strategies as well. So we look at those strategies. And I think the Incheon and New York and Dublin came as one of the leading cities that when we look at their strategies, it is pretty comprehensive as well as very concrete as well. What I mean by that is some of the cities was just only mentioning their initiatives or objectives only, whereas some of the cities are actually looking at include the all financial or budget as well as the roadmap to actually what kind of actions they're going to take for the next 3 years or 5 years as well. Surprisingly, through the COVID and also the a lot of different kind of a difficult time, we actually analyzing that a lot of different cities has been reformulating the strategy and looking at the more in digital inclusions and also the smart governance, how we're going to actually utilizing all the data and all the infrastructures that we actually try to do. Again, the citizen participation and generating the social value becoming very important and change mindset to a lot of different cities as well. And I think the Incheon is actually moving forward to looking at these aspects as well to cover these things. Also, I wanted to emphasize that for last 4 years, I think, or 5 years, the Korea has been changed. When we ask the international delegations and all these people, the Korea is more likely, impressed by the technology-driven or technology-centered kind of cities and that. But I think the aspect has been changed into the more citizen-centric, and we are using what we call the living labs to generating this kind of innovative smart city projects to facilitating resolving the urban problems as well. Looking here is 152 projects has been among the 1,088, about 14% has been driven, and I think this trend is more and more that is coming from a lot of citizens' idea or private sector ideas to actually generating a lot of different innovative smart city projects. Whereas these projects are focusing to generating the new business model and supporting the new startup as well. So it is relate with the economy and also the innovations that what our Canadian delegation was speaking about as well. Most of our sectors are focused on transportation, which is mobility, and also the environment and energy area as well. Those are the two sectors that most grow in smart city area and spectrum as well. So this living labs has been driving quite a lot in Korea as well. So not only the Incheon, also the other countries as well. So other cities as well. So now that the MINISMOLIT, which is Ministry of Land and Transport, Infrastructure and Transport, they are actually, when they actually proposing the projects, I think the living net component or citizen participation aspect must be included in the proposal as well, which means we are actually changing our mindset and try to be more demand-driven, looking at how the citizens want and demand as well. And that's actually creating the new aspect as well. When we look at the 31 cities here, the Amsterdam or other cities are quite leading on this aspect, but Incheon is not doing well. I mean, not bad at all. I think their living lab is more than a similar level as London or Berlin, whereas they need more innovative projects that they need to push as well. So I think for the future aspects that we need to have a more future aspect of these projects, more innovative project can be actually implemented in the IFEZ or around the other new cities or new urban areas in Incheon as well. Just giving you these things, I've been working, I think one of the initiative of the Living Lab was actually looking at the mobility Living Lab as well. So I have a privilege to work with Incheon to looking at the running the two living labs, and I think I'm going to explain to you. By the way, we've been working through this living lab. We've been actually do the sign with the University of Cambridge, or we've been working with the Fin East Center in Finland to actually looking at this mobility area, how we're going to do the collaboration together as well. So I think that we are also looking for a lot of different partners that we can actually work together at global level. And I want to just explain to you what this living map is about and why the Incheon think that this is important. So looking at the smart mobility living map, this project was actually working with the Hyundai Motor or with the consortiums. Actually, the urban area, especially the new area, has been having a kind of a problem with the lack of infrastructure in terms of transport as well. So the bus waiting time was long and arrival time was long. So Hyundai actually proposed ideas to running what it calls I-mode, which is the mobility on demand bus as well. So basically, you're calling the bus just like Uber, and then they actually taking the passengers to the destinations. On the way, more and more passengers come riding in and then go into the direction together as well. It is lower price than taxi, and then a bit higher price than public transportation. So looking at these things, we are also looking at the iMoa, which is a shared taxi, and then also the e-scooters. And then we also link with what we call the iOrder, which is we can order the things and helping the local communities to actually grow as well. So all this together we call as a one integrated apps, which is connecting with this micro mobility into the public transportation together, what we call as an iTrip as well. So this is we are finishing off these projects, and then we are actually looking at the number of users are growing, and the demand is growing in Songdo, and we've been operating this into the 3 different areas. Since 2019, we've been expanding this living lab area together, and then we've been working with the citizens together to try out various of things as well. And last things we did was actually we are looking at what are the kind of reasonable pricing or reasonable operational policies that actually citizens can think of, and then we can actually tell the private sectors to think about it, and then we actually creating this kind of operation plan for the running these services as well. So it is citizen driven, and also the private sector was actually get involved together as well. As a result, about 234 citizens actually participate for the last 4 years together with us, with different regions to generate the new ideas and new operating policies and that. So for example, if if I put the apps and this guy or her didn't turn up, what kind of a penalty rules that we have to give to them? So those kind of discussions and rules is there. What kind of services that we can actually improve within the bus? So there has been a lot of different ideas and generating the ideas to feed back to this Hyundai consortium to get better as well. So from the Hyundai perspective, I think they think that this is a kind of a user experience to see how this is in terms of price and in terms of the operating their services as well. So this project has been very successful and very highly recognized by the MOLIT as well, and also it's been actually spin-off to other cities as well. So this was a very interesting project that not only the technology but also how the innovation can drive into the more useful and more kind of more sustainable services as well. Next projects I'm working together was actually the Smart Mobility Living Lab as a last delivery citizens-led living lab as well. This is with robots as well, so delivery robots. And we are just starting this project actually in April to looking at this into the different phases as well. So from phase 1, we are looking at the inside of buildings, and the idea was here is you have a delivery man, and they just don't prefer to have a higher rise building because of due to the cost. So I think they sometimes reject the order and they're not taking this order as well. So what if actually a robot can assist these things from indoor? And that was the kind of motivation of this project. So phase 1 was actually we did with Mesh Korea and the Bear Robotics to test out in the startup park to test out how the people are behaving with these robots and how this can be improved in terms of services as well. And next year we are going to actually looking at the drones delivery between the just normal kind of a delivery route, as well as phase 3. We are looking at the self-driving unmanned stores as well. So these are the 3 phases that we are going to do for next until 2026 as well. Along with that, we just finished the first part of the phase 1 of the projects, and looking at the last mile with the pickup services as well. And we're going to more expanding into the different area with the more kind of citizens will be involved with that. For example, like, you know, we're going to do the like working spaces in next month to do these things, and then we're going to do the living space to experiment in this robot as well to see that. The purpose here is to actually how this technology can, changing the citizens' behavior, and also how the company can learn about this behavior to throughout this experiment and this kind of living spaces as well. Again, we've been invited with the 39 citizens together, and we are working on the different kind of ideas, and new idea has been input to this global company as well. So what I wanted to say here is we are looking at the innovate ecosystems to creating the new kind of sectors. And I think one of the challenge here is actually how you're going to scale up these things together. So I think the partnership today is a very good kind of a starting point that we can actually work together with Quebec to looking at this global network and working together, and maybe some of a company can actually exchange and do the test bed as well. What we call is an innovation twin program, what we say. So those programs can be actually established between the 2 cities, and also we can actually creating the new partnership model and actually sharing these ecosystems together as well to grow. And that's the kind of a very key words message that I would like to deliver. I'm very open to speak with you as well, and I think the test bed for innovation is the key words that I wanted to leave it to you, and I hope that this creating the thing. But again, we shouldn't forget about social inclusions. I think everybody have to be included here to not to left behind, and also that's creating the new smart city with the more smart and sustainable cities as well. Thanks for the listening, and I hope that we can discuss more as well. Thank you very much.
Well, that was the presentation by Yonsei University Professor Lee Jung-hoon. Thank you so much for that creative speech. It was about details of mobility living lab that is being proceeded in Incheon. This gave so much insight to the audience.
Next, we will be hearing from Jesse Vincent Herskovich, Vice President of Business Development at MyTax. And we will be hearing the presentation via video.
My name is Jesse Vincent Herskovich. I'm Vice President of Business Development with MyTax. And I was asked to give a brief overview of both Quebec and Canadian innovation ecosystem, as well as the MyTax model. Canada, as you all know, is a very large country with not that many people spread along the southern border, but very complex dynamics and many interveners, many organizations who are working in different spheres of the economy. I usually end with this slide, but because of the nature of today's discussion, I thought I would start with it. MyTax funding model is quite different with very diversified stakeholders. We have support from the Canadian government, but we also have support from all 10 provinces, and I'll come back to private sector and post-secondary institutional support. But when we say we have support from the Canadian government and from the provinces, what do we really mean? We mean that we're working with specific ministries, ministers, and navigating very complex mandates between all of the different stakeholders. So in Canada, for example, we're actually working with the Ministry of Innovation, Science, and Economic Development, or IFEZ, as a key ministry and key stakeholder. As one example of a province in Quebec, we're working mainly with the Ministère de l'Économie et de l'Innovation, le MEI. Although even there, we're not only working with the MEI, in some cases where some of our programs go outside or above and beyond the key mandate of this ministry, we work with other ministries to make sure that we're able to provide a full support across the full spectrum of our programs. So in some cases, we work with the Fonds de Recherche du Québec, and actually even the FRQ have different sub-mandates and different sub-organizations depending on the specific discipline. All this to say, you can imagine that if you look at this across all 10 provinces, it's very complex stakeholder management, but it allows us to give one offer to the entire ecosystem, regardless of what their need is. Now, we don't only work with our stakeholders, which means that they fund parts of our programs, but we also work with the different players within the ecosystem to make sure that there is an offer provided to the organizations who are there to support, regardless of who runs the program. So, for example, I'm staying in Quebec. There are a whole bunch of different RSRIs, Regroupement de Recherche Stratégique, Strategic Industrial Associations, with whom we work in order to make sure that we give a streamlined offer regardless of the client need. There's other organizations such as Axelis, with whom we'll be partnering as well. If you look at the national level, there are other players too. The Tri-Council is one example, who are there to support fundamental and applied research across the country, again, depending on the discipline. So we've set up memorandums of understanding which each of these players, and these are just a few examples, to make sure that the client, the end user, is getting the best possible solution, regardless of the need and regardless of where that solution comes from. So to be clear, I'd like to thank our funding partners, the Canadian government, all 10 provinces, one territory. But we're also funded by academic institutions. We have a membership model which allows us to create pilots based on the need from the user community, from the private sector. We try something, we test it, and then either we scale that, we approach governments and ask them whether or not they want to support it, and we scale it nationally, or we kill it. If the program didn't work, the pilot didn't work, or it wasn't the right time, then we've tried it at our own cost, and the government didn't have to support something that they weren't sure whether or not it would work. We're also supported by the private sector, so there's always a private dollar in our key programs who contribute in cash, not in kind, which makes sure that they have skin in the game. In other words, they really want to see a deliverable out of the project. This is incredibly important. If they're not putting the resources in, then they're not going to get the benefit. And the fact that they're paying in cash and we're leveraging their dollar means that they really want to make sure that the project connects to their critical path and has some sort of application within their business model. So the three major pillars of our model is private industry dollar. And by the way, when I say private dollar, I include municipalities, I include hospitals and the not-for-profit sectors. We have governments across governments, federal, national, territorial. We even have municipal as partners. And then, of course, academic research, where the solutions are coming from. So really bridging that valley of death where government should be helping to push a technology, a new process, a new innovation, or a new invention, I should say, towards innovation, towards deployment in the private sector. So, what is MyTax? MyTax is a national not-for-profit who are there to set up projects around the industrial partner's needs, around the client's needs, and we share the cost of that project, which goes to support an intern ranging from college all the way up to postdoctoral studies, postdoctoral fellows, working on site with the partner, with the partner's different employees to make sure that that project gets carried out. So we are about internships, specifically applied research and innovation internships, spanning across the entire post-secondary spectrum. But really, we're about connecting the different pieces. And that's why I took the time to give you an idea of our diversified stakeholders and the many memorandums that we put in place, both with other non-governmental organizations, nonprofits, but also with dozens of countries in bilateral agreements that we have set up. So we're really about connecting the pieces within the complex ecosystem And we have scale, which can get very interesting. We have a large amount of academic partners, so we represent, we have a membership model with every Canadian university across the country, and we've also opened up to colleges, polytechnics, and CEGEPs in the last couple of years. A couple key numbers, we have heavily invested in a business development team, so we have over 120 individuals who are really a traditional account management model which we've deployed within the open innovation landscape between private sector and post-secondary partners. So these business development advisors go out, listen to problems, build connections in the research world, build connections in the private sector, and then help those two come together. Innovation pull model around the user need, where we help to find the solution and we'll share the cost of an applied research or innovation project intern who's going to go and work with the partner. Our funding starts at $15,000 with a one-to-one leverage or a little bit better and goes up to multi-millions of dollars over many years. So it's a modular program that can scale. We support all disciplines and all sectors. So we're agnostic to the nature of the program and the project. What we really want to see is a partnership where you have an end user who's going to deploy the project into the ecosystem, into society, really, into the economy, and we have a post-secondary research partner who's going to help support the project and flesh out a methodology which is going to address the needs of the partner. We've created a quick, simple application process where we get an answer quickly and we fund the vast majority of these. If we're not funding the project, we didn't do our job somewhere along the line. We do not want to waste people's time. We also do external peer review on our applied research projects to make sure that the methodology should lean to the results as anticipated. Again, it's a modular program, so we start very small. A project could actually be as little as 2 months, and it can go up to as large as it needs to be. We actually don't have a ceiling on the number of projects. We've had hundreds of units assigned to dozens and dozens of interns within one project over multiple years. The funding scenario for a traditional domestic project is a $15,000 4-month unit. Again, we have even smaller units, which are there to explore the feasibility, the potential of a project, especially in fields like AI, in clean tech, and quantum, projects in collaboration with Indigenous communities. And then we have larger projects, 4 months or multiples of 4-month projects. In small, medium projects, we support half of the cost, so $7,500 on that $15,000. On larger projects, so 6 units or more, the partner contribution goes down to 45%. My tax supports 55%. We've been in unprecedented exponential growth in the last number of years. So a couple of years ago, we did up to 13,350 projects. We first started talking about 10,000 projects by the year 2020. And people thought this was a joke. People thought this was not possible. Not only was it possible with partners who put in real dollars in their projects, we achieved this target almost 2 years ahead of schedule, and then increased significantly, and then increased by 50% over that. In 2021, 2022, we had 17,000 internships. This year, we are on track for over 20,000 internships. Been around for 20 years. Have supported tens of thousands of projects, thousands of industrial partners for over 100 post-secondary partnerships within the country, close to $1 billion in invested projects over the last 10 years. Canadian funds. The actual project, not only is it interdisciplinary or regardless of the discipline and regardless of the sector, but it could be at any level of the innovation continuum. So of course it could be for disruptive type 1, new project, new product development, but it could also be an especially product and process optimization, incremental innovation, which is where a huge amount of the value can happen. It can be to explore potential new technologies, and of course for commercialization, final mile of something that has an interesting proof of concept, but wasn't applied yet in a specific space. We have numerous examples of partnerships with Korean companies, Korean foothold companies who do have a foothold in Canada. So Samsung Canada is one of those examples. Just to give you a couple of examples, this is one which looked at deep learning based on the actual mobile screen illumination and the light, depending on how much ambient light or the different types of light which are involved. So using AI to create faster, less extensive, less expensive algorithms in order to detect and calibrate the light for, on a screen, as an example. And that was done with York University professor and an intern there with Samsung Electronics Canada. We have another collaboration with Beyond the Metaverse, a really cool project. We have a press release on that one. I'll let you look it up and see. We also have a search engine on our website, a project search engine where you can look at hundreds and hundreds of different projects. You can search them by discipline. You can search them by partner, by industry, and you can get an idea of the kind of projects we support. There's a public abstract on each of those projects. Thank you very much for your time. 감사합니다. 안녕히고요. 계세요.
네, 여러분 감사의 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you very much. A big hand, please. We heard from Jesse Vincent Huskovich. We heard about the various innovation approaches of Canada, and we were able to listen to how Quebec was able to become was able to get to the DNA of science and technology. We will now have a short break, and then in the next session, we will have presentations and discussions, which will be the second part of today's International Symposium.
네, 장내에 계신 참가자분들께 잠시 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다. 이제 곧
May I have your attention? We'd like to resume 2022 IFEZ Smart City International Symposium shortly. So participants, please come inside the hall and take your seats. I have an announcement to make. Participants who are in the lobby right now, please come inside and take your seats. We'd like to resume the second part of the International Symposium. Thank you so much.
네, 여러분 편안한 휴식 시간 잘
Did you enjoy the break? We will now begin the second part of 2020 IFEZ Smart City International Symposium. For the second part of the event, we will have session 1, and it will be about smart cities, new foundation, emerging technologies. First presentation will be on building the quantum ecosystem for the smarter city, delivered by Professor Moon Kyung-sun, Director of Yonsei Institute of Quantum Information Technology. Please give Professor Moon a big applaud. It is a pleasure to meet all of you. I am from Yonsei University, Director of Yonsei Institute of Quantum Information Technology. I'm a professor of physics. Today I'm going to be talking about building the quantum ecosystem for the smarter city. When I was first asked to deliver this presentation today, I hesitated because I am a professor of physics and I don't know a whole lot about smart cities, and Quebec is a city that is an old colleague of mine at a quantum research institute at a university in Quebec, and that is why I prepared this presentation, and also it's the hometown of Celine Dion. And Incheon City and Yonsei University has a special relationship because our international campus is located in Incheon, and there has been an agreement between Yonsei University and quantum research with the Incheon metropolitan government, and that is why I felt that it would be quite meaningful for me to deliver this presentation on quantum ecosystem here at this symposium. So, to briefly provide an overview of the history, what has been carried out thus far, and what is in the future plans. Yonsei University and the Incheon City has signed an MOU in April this year, and Yonsei University in July also signed an agreement with IBM to become an IBM quantum hub. And there will be IBM System 1 to be installed at Yonsei campus early 2024. So quantum computers It is not about using the algorithms being used in analog computers. So I'm sure that quantum computing is unfamiliar to you, and there is an Institute of Quantum Information Technology that was established in Yonsei University to familiarize people with quantum computing. So IQIT provides education, research, and also international activities to build the quantum ecosystem. And we want to do this with Incheon City and University de Sherbrooke. I have a colleague of mine that is at this university, and I'm sure that we can have more development if there is cooperation. And we had 3 inaugural seminar series. And through these seminar series, we are carrying out various activities so that people can become more familiar with quantum computing. And IBM will be bringing in their quantum computing institute to Yonsei University. Then going on to smart city, which is an unfamiliar concept for me. Smart city, I looked it up, and it is a city built upon smart city technology and data analysis. So it will use AI, internet, data, and such a technology will be the basis to create a smart environment, and you need to use big data. Smart cybersecurity will be important because everything will be operated via the internet. If it is attacked, this will undermine the entire system. So cybersecurity is important, and green energy is also required. And quantum technology can be an alternative in all of these 3 areas: big data analysis, cybersecurity, and green energy. First, from the classical computer, let us try to understand quantum computing. Classical computers, it is as if you are flipping a coin. Is it heads or tails? And you decide, for example, whether you'll be in offense or defense. This is 0 or 1. It's 2-bit. And even if there is an error, it will be changed from 0 or 1. And this is the classic computer. And this model is used in the supercomputer too. And you probably heard of NAND gate. It's not and so it is multiplying, and it is not and if you put 2 inputs and let's say you have gotten an outcome, and after the computation the result was 1, then if you think about where it came from, 0 multiplied by 0 is 1, is not, so it's 1. And when there are 3 inputs put in, the result will be the same. And when you get 1, where did you come from? If that answer is asked, there is no memory of it because the information was lost. And it's because it's using heat. It's irreversible process. And if heat is generated, it requires a lot of energy. So in the classical computer, you require a lot of energy to operate the computer system. Then for quantum computer, it's a quantum bit. It is called qubit. On the right, it is a kitten. And it is quite different. When you flip a coin, it is not heads or tails. For example, on the left, it is standing like this, and the second is tilted. And it is all described, and there will be the arrow and the direction. All of the direction can be recorded, and it is as shown below, 0 and 1, and it can be expressed as the combination of 0 and 1. It means that there can be added on, overlapping. And once that happens, we will be able to have a reversible computation. It is no longer irreversible. That is what quantum computing does. And this is carbon neutral technology because the energy consumption is reduced. Right now, it's not a problem, but as we try to increase the density and of computing, and at one point, quantum computing can be an alternative for the high density situation. Next, we talked about gate, and what is quite interesting is below you will see H, and when 0 is put in classical computing, 1 can be 1 or 0, but 0 can be a combination, and this is an operation that did not exist in the past. And through this, what can you do? And that is quantum parallel computation. Parallel computation, if you think about it, if you can do things in parallel, it means that you can multitask. So quantum parallel computation is, even when there is a complicated calculation that has to be done, it can be done in parallel, and it is more efficient than supercomputers. And I will compare the speed and efficiency with the supercomputers later on. So people, when they first thought of this, it will be difficult to create a quantum computer, so they created a supercomputer simulator. And so this is a supercomputer, and it's a petabyte. It is the 10 to the power of 15. And if you put it into, it's very quick. And a supercomputer concept is as shown below. There's nodes, different nodes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say one person does this work and another person does a different work. So these different nodes are in parallel working, and A will give their output to B, and B can also share its output with A. So this is the traditional supercomputer, and supercomputers also developed and it is advanced. And if we are able to simulate a quantum computing with the supercomputer, we can only make 50. So the best supercomputer is about this point. And if you go beyond this, you can consider it to be beyond supercomputing. Then let's go on to motility versus brain, mind, and consciousness. As we live, we have these thoughts. In physics, there's a position of an object, and then in a deterministic view, things move and it goes to a different location. However, it's not like that. In the initial phase, not everything is determined. So it means that the world is complex. We cannot predict, but it is not deterministic, at least. And there is a critical problem with this. Rousseau talks about a logic, about willpower, and this is there was a clear division of physics and for metaphysics. And there is a brain, and the brain has neurons. It's connected in a complicatedly connected, and it is the connectum. In Samsung Research Center, there's a Sebastian Singh there, and Sebastian Singh first carried out a research in this area, and it is about AI learning, and he is now a guru in AI. And who am I? It is how you are connected and your neurons, how it is your neurons are connected. So it is about the brain map. And if you think even further from this, quantum computing here, it is about untangling. However, a brain actually does not work in that way. And in a supercomputer, you use a lot of energy, but the brain does not require a lot of energy for it to function. And it's similar to quantum computing. And some parts will be operating in a quantum computing, which will connect, and there's a lot of debate around this issue. So if there is such a great computer, what can we do that was not possible in the past? Attacks are possible. RSA and blockchain, it is asymmetric key, so multiplication is easy. However, factorization in prime factors is not easy. Factorization algorithm is not easy. However, it is possible even to factorization in prime factors. In the quantum computer, this factorization algorithm can be done in 1 minute, and all crypto is done in this way. So this will be a big issue here. However, quantum provides cryptography. You can cryptograph too. Let's say you have a message and you make it into a crypttext, and if you do so, you can safely exchange information. And the Nobel Prize in Physics was given to quantum key distribution, and Einstein, thus far in quantum physics, he had some questions, and through experiments was able to overcome these three gentlemen, and this was done through quantum key distribution. So I don't have much time. I try to be brief. And next, we can create a quantum network. We have cyber networks right now, and through cyber networks, we were able to expedite logistics and distribution, and this is what we want to do. However, if it is not secure, that will be a problem. And if you have a quantum network, you cannot copy and you cannot attack. And out of the quantum computer that has been developed, there is a 127-qubit Eagle processor. It's led by IBM. By the end of this year, it will be 400 qubits, and next year, it will be 400 qubits, which means that the world will change and there will be more interest in quantum computing. Already, there's a lot of buzz in quantum computing, and I am more interested in the academic side, though. Well, in any case, quantum computing, in the general purpose, it will help in the big data science. In life, optimization is important. What am I going to do? And in all of these decision making, you want to have an optimal decision. And if you can process data simultaneously at that moment, you can come up with a better optimal solution. We have supercomputers, we have AI, we have quantum computing, and these different technologies can be mixed to be optimized, and that will be an important part of our society. And the smart brain is about efficiently optimizing based on the resources that you have. So This is an example of what is happening, such as machine learning. And so these are the applications. In Smart City, all of the technologies that are required as a foundation for smart cities can be supported by quantum computing. So quantum computing is a smart technology that can support smart cities. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much, Director Moon, Professor Moon, for your presentation. He shared with us detailed information. We will go on to the next presentation.
The next presentation is about the Quebec's innovation in the quantum computing. It will be delivered by President of Quebec Quantum Center, Oliver Ganon-Godillo.
So very happy to
please watch a
be here to
video.
present to you today. As I said, my name is Olivier, and I'm the lead of Quebec Quantique. This presentation will be mainly about the Quebec ecosystem in terms of what's happening in quantum science and quantum tech, and how we can collaborate in terms of with international collaborators. So first off, let's talk about the Canadian ecosystem. Quebec sits within Canada, which is ranked quite often as a top 5 country to do a research in quantum science. Recently, this past year, 360 million national quantum strategy was announced. We've started to see a little bit how that money was going to be spent, but there's still some of that money that we're waiting to see how it's going to be spent. But as you can see, 4 provinces where a lot's happening. So I figured it's important to point out a lot of things happening in Canada. But Quebec really now taking the lead in terms of what initiatives we're pushing forward. That's what I will be talking about today. So 360 million in Canada, but beyond that, 200 million over 8 years from the Quebec government. That's the 2019 to 2027 period. What that represents is about 60-some companies, including enabling tech companies as well. Over 50 players that are supporting these various companies. And we're talking about, on a yearly basis, a lot of students coming out of universities from the STEM fields, which could lead to a career in quantum tech. So here's the mapping. Actually, you can access this dynamic map on our website. And what you'll see is that the industry is really at the heart of what we're trying to accomplish. There are 3 main subsectors that are quantum computing, quantum sensing and imaging, and quantum communication. But we've also included enabling tech, such as optics photonics, for example, that are linked with the quantum tech sector. In terms of growing the ecosystem, we believe that it's really part of the equation as of now. So if you go on our website on quebecquantique.ca, you can actually easily access who those 50-plus support organizations, financing research organizations are, who's the Quantum Entrepreneurship Consortium, who are those 4 incubators, who are the actual companies in computing in the sector, so you can actually have a look if you go on our website. Now, the stakeholders and the infrastructure. So that's important. That's how we kind of mesh it all together. So as I said, the 4 subsectors in terms of how we've divided the different tech sectors, they're all listed on the website, and then the different organizations. But also in terms of infrastructure, a lot of investments have been made in Quebec lately. In terms of HPC centers, you have Calcul Québec and Pink 2. I'll talk about it a little bit later. And then other infrastructure as well, such as an innovation zone completely dedicated to quantum tech. You have ENO, which is for optics photonics, C2MI, which is for microelectronics, and a brand new announcement that was done a few months back this summer with Numana, Bell, and with Sherbrooke Quantique about a quantum communication loop. So one thing you need to know that Quebec has all the right ingredients if you want to be a partner with Quebec for international collaboration. World-class researchers, you've probably heard maybe of Gilles Brassard and Alexandre Blais. Both have been named quite a lot in terms of international research. Infrastructures, like I just talked about a little bit, we've had a lot of investments from Quebec government to have the proper infrastructure to really push forward quantum tech innovation. Access to funding, I'll discuss it a little bit later as well. And most of that funding has just been doubled in terms of what could be available for research projects. And an undeniable expertise in other interdisciplinary research fields such as advanced materials, photonics, and AI. Obviously, the talent pool is going to be critical just about anywhere in the world for quantum tech. And we do have quite an exceptional talent pool and lots of universities here in Quebec. So, if anything, lots of opportunities to recruit and hire the right talent. So, one thing to take into consideration is that in terms of quantum tech in Quebec, it's not just in one city. So, you see some dots here. Obviously, most of the population lives in the south. Let's just say in the north, it's a little bit cold, but major cities are more in the south of Canada. So same here for Quebec. One thing you'll see is that lots of focus here in Sherbrooke with the Institut Quantique at the University of Sherbrooke, along with the Innovation Zone at Sherbrooke Quantique, but also great expertise in optics photonics, especially in Quebec. Great research and expertise as well in quantum communication and AI in Montreal. Lots of incubators, lots of financing partners as well. And in Gatineau, close to Ottawa, great expertise in terms of cybersecurity as well. But just to point out, these expertise are a little bit left and right. It's not just in one specific city. It's just to point out that some have a higher, more renown for that specific expertise. Now, one of the things that we're pushing forward is to develop some products in different industrial sectors so that we can have some early adopters of quantum tech within Quebec. And that's one way we think we can push the ecosystem forward. So here we have transportation, energy, health, natural resources and mining, and everything that's to do with either finance, insurance, government. We're talking about here, let's say, crypto or optimization algorithms. So essentially, those are strong sectors in Quebec where we believe we can find some champions for the quantum tech sector. We're building some business use cases, and the idea here is to educate the business population and really move forward and have more R&D projects in those different 5 industrial fields I mentioned. So here's some initiatives and projects in the ecosystem. One of them, we do have a recurring call for projects. This happens twice a year, every 6 months. The deadlines are usually they're end of November, end of May. And really here, it's a great opportunity to finance startups, SMEs, small, medium enterprise, and public research centers to really move forward with some R&D projects. Now, the number 3 and 4 that you see here on the screen, those could be quite relevant for an international collaboration. So essentially, what the funding could be done here is that the funding could go to a Quebec enterprise or SME or public research center, but this could be done with an international collaborator that could probably match with your proper funds, let's say in Korea, and then that's where you could actually do that matchmaking to do a project, collaborating together. Only one of those partners obviously would have to be from Quebec, but if that's something that you want more information on, please feel free to get in touch with me. I will put my contact information at the end. So recently, $435 million that were announced for a quantum innovation hub in Sherbrooke. That was announced this past February. Also, Quebec's first open quantum communication network that was announced this summer, a $3.75 million project. So partners Bell, which is a major telecom player here in Canada, Numana, and then Sherbrooke Quantique that are working on this, the quantum loop. Also, IBM Research launched their first discovery accelerator in Canada with a partner Pink2, which is an HPC center, and the computer that we'll have access to, I believe there's one in Korea as well with the same approach. It's 128 qubits, so that's the Eagle IBM quantum computer that will be available here in Quebec. Also, on another more for public research, Calcul Québec that just purchased Anion quantum computer. We're talking about a 12-qubit quantum computer, a superconducting computer as well. That's available for public research. So quite a few things happening here in terms of infrastructure. Now, in terms of events, we've organized a major quantum hackathon this past spring. We're planning on doing it again next spring, and obviously open to collaborate with some international players. So if you're interested in maybe some of the corporations in Korea would like to submit a challenge that we could work on, that's the kind of collaboration we could look to have as well. Few international missions recently. We've been to New York, to Inside Quantum Tech, been to Germany as well, did quite a little tour there. This past spring, went to France and Netherlands. Right now, as this event is taking place, there's a mission in Japan with some startups and the Quebec Quantum Consortium for Entrepreneurship. Also a mission that's about to take place in the UK in November for the UK National Quantum Showcase. So we're quite present on the international scene, and that's kind of the idea, to really connect with other ecosystems. The Quantum Entrepreneurship Consortium, that's 4 incubators that got together to really better support the startup coming from this sector. And obviously, just to finish, don't miss out on any quantum-related news in Quebec. So we're present on LinkedIn. We do have a newsletter, a website, lots of information on our website, especially about the ecosystem. We have even a job board, internships, and any kind of opportunities available in Quebec. They're listed there. The website is bilingual, so French and English. And we also have a YouTube channel with a few informative videos about Quebec Quantique and the ecosystem. So here's my information. Again, my name is Olivier. I'm the lead of Quebec Quantique. You have my phone number and my email here. And I'd like to thank you for this opportunity, and have a great rest of the event. So cheers, everybody.
네, 여러분 감사의 박수 보내주시기
Well,
바라겠습니다.
thank you so much. Please give a big round of applause to Olivier Ganon-Coutillo, the Quebec Quantum Center president. Well, quantum technology is a technology that is not so familiar to many of us, but thanks to the 2 presentations, we were able to enhance our understandings. Now we'd like to invite the Marc Saint-Hilaire, the Vice President of Technology and Innovation of CAE. We'd like to hear from him about the Quebec's innovations on aeronautics and urban mobility. Please watch a video.
Hello, my name is Marc Saint-Hilaire. I'm the Vice President of Technology Innovation at CAE. I'm very pleased and honored to be here today at the 2022 Smart City Symposium. Let's take a few moments to watch this corporate video, and I'll come back shortly afterwards. Who is CAE? Essentially, if you look at this chart, our mission is quite simple. It's to be a leader at the frontier of digital immersion for those moments that matter. Whether you're a pilot going down the runway at high speed and you experience an engine failure, whether you're a military deployed on a complicated mission where the stakes are high, whether you're a doctor performing an operation for the first time in your career, this is what we do at CA. We prepare you for those moments that matter. Over the year, we became a world leader at training. Essentially, we went from a customer not knowing we were delivering training to last year delivering in excess of 1 million training hours in aerospace. CA is a global scale high technology leader with over 13,000 employees working all around the globe in over 200 locations. Last year, our total revenue was above $3.4 billion Canadian. Here's another view at CA. This year, we're celebrating our 75th anniversary. I'm very proud of the technology roadmap of the company throughout that history. In the 1990s, we've introduced the aviation training standard, the flight simulator. It's still the standard today for training pilots. Later on, we pivoted that device towards a product, a high-volume product, and we did that leveraging the global supply chain of commercial off-the-shelf technology and components. In 2015, the company pivoted from a product company to a training service delivery company. And during that pivot, we massively embraced the digital cloud technology to map the training journey and to interface digitally with customer. In 2018, we introduced into the market a very advanced, innovative training solution leveraging augmented reality and virtual reality media. And when we did that, we won awards of excellence globally. And today, we're pivoting towards a large-scale synthetic immersive environment. A few words about CA in South Korea. We've been in South Korea for the last 35 years. The journey started in 1985, where we deployed our first flight simulator. Today, I'm very proud and pleased to announce that we are one of the leading training organizations in South Korea. We train more than 4,000 professional aviation. We employ more than 130 aviation professionals, and we service the majority of all the aviation industry you see on this chart. Let me share with you a few of the emerging trends in aviation, which I believe are just as relevant to the context of smart city. The first major trend I'd like to share with you is the eVTOL phenomenon. We're definitely opening a new chapter into the history book of aviation. What are the eVTOL? Where did they come from? How did it started? Difficult questions. But if you look back at the last 10 years, I think there was a defining moment with the Uber transportation experience. This ability or this experience where you can call transportation from any street corner in a city, and then you go into a transparent digital experience. Some folks have taken this and this dream, and they've started to go further. And imagine, what about if we fly people on top of the dense urban environment and invent a new experience, a new transportation experience? The first vertical flight with a man on board happened nearly a century ago. And if I would be here today to talk about all the achievements of the aerospace industry over that century, I'd be here all day. But first, or instead, let me focus on what's happening now. Today, there are more than 600 vehicles under development. We went from nearly 0 to 600 in less than 5 years. Definitely a phenomenon is happening, a new chapter is being written in aviation history. What are the driving factors pushing all that innovation? I think first, it's obvious there's a need for a new transportation mode in dense urban environment. Second, there's a phenomenon, what we call the last mile, to be crossed into a multimodal transportation journey. And finally, the efficiency promises of electrical battery, lithium battery, as they pertain to electrical propulsion solution. I will come back to battery later in the presentation, but let me show you from a different perspective how this trend of eVTOL, or urban air vehicle, is affecting or is impacting the aerospace industry. We at CA, we train more pilots than anybody else in the world, and so we're pretty good at forecasting pilot demand in the future. And just for conventional aviation, our forecast shows more than 250,000 new pilots. 250,000 new pilots are required for the conventional aircraft air transport system just for the world to keep flying. And then if you add the disruption of the urban air vehicle, our forecast shows an additional 60,000 new pilots. New pilots with the skills which are the intersection between fixed-wing aircraft and the skills required to fly rotary-wing aircraft. A new type of pilot with a new curriculum, a new training curriculum, which shall be trained on a new training device, which is purposely designed and crafted towards that new type of air transport. If you look carefully on the slide, you're probably going to notice the CA logo on the vehicle. I can assure you we're not making a new vehicle, a new metal or composite eVTOL, but we're definitely making a digital twin of that vehicle, a simulation model of that vehicle. We're doing it not only to power the next training devices for those vehicles which are to come, but also to power the development rigs, the simulation rigs that the eVTOL OEM will require on their certification journey. That's what we do. I'm very pleased and I'm proud to announce that CA has publicly launched a new training device, which has been purposely developed for the needs of the eVTOL market. That device is as disruptive as the vehicle themselves. It features a number of industry firsts and for the training industry. Just to name a few of those innovations: cloud computing backbone, the latest edge device computer management architecture, mixed reality head-mounted displays, visual software stack based on the latest Unreal game engine, industry-leading large high-density urban environment with micro-weather phenomenon behind the big high-rise building, the dense high-density air traffic challenges. This vehicle is unique. This training device will satisfy the training need of that vehicle. I'm very proud to say that over the last 2 years we've been working with the leading OEM supplier, the Beta, John, Joby, Volocopter Vertical. And you could see at the top the type of engagement CAE is involved with. From the early days of pre-certification work, where our simulation skills are put to bear into the development cycle activity of the aircraft, whether we construct purely virtual vehicle for analysis or we power test rigs. We've got 75 years of technology that help OEM into this journey. In the middle, you see the operational readiness, where we provide training devices for pilot and for aircraft mechanics. And finally, we get involved into operation solutions to manage the operation. Once those aircraft are going to start to fly and transport passenger, you will have to plan their flight, and deliver flight plans and control the vehicle into the sky. That's what we do at CA. The second major trend I'd like to share with you is the carbon footprint of our industry, the aerospace industry. A deep trend that started way before the COVID pandemic, and a trend that has gone stronger ever since. Like many people, I'm very happy that the aviation industry has recognized the urgency and has pivoted into action. Less than a year ago in Boston, during the Air Transport Action Group event, all the key stakeholders in the industry casted the net zero commitment for 2050. Some of you are going to say 2050, that's pretty far down the road. Others who are closer to the industry are going to say 2050, we need to start working immediately. This is tomorrow. The challenges that we are facing are huge. Indeed, we will have to create large-scale supply chain of sustainable aviation fuel, and we'll have to ensure the delivery of that sustainable aviation right up to the airport ramp, things that don't exist today. We will have to develop new aircraft configuration, more efficient aircraft configuration, and we also have to devise and create new aircraft operations system, air traffic system, to yield higher efficiency into the air traffic management. This is what's happening today in the apparel industry and gives me a lot of comfort that we're going to move forward. The battery, the lithium battery investment coming from the automotive industry. You look at the massive investments which are being made and the acceleration of those investments, from the yellow curve at the bottom, an increase of 4-folds now towards where the new forecast in terms of battery production capability, industrial capability, an acceleration of 4. This is major. Now, these are the metrics for anybody in aerospace who's interested about electricity and battery. the key metrics is the energy density. We're going to see an increase of 3-folds into the energy density, going in excess of 300 watts per kilogram, watts-hour per kilogram of battery. And the battery cost dropping by a factor of 10-folds, lower than 100 watts per kilowatt per hour of energy. Remember those metrics. We're now in the zone where it makes sense. Electrical battery propulsion makes sense for aerospace. In 2020, CA has taken a carbon neutrality commitment, making us one of the few players into the aerospace doing so. We became carbon neutral shortly after that. The commitment was done publicly in front of all the employees by our CEO, Marc Parent. And not only the employees were present, but the children of the employees. I can tell you it had a major impact on everybody. At the same time, the CEO came to a couple of us and asked us, I want you to start working on the development of an electrical aircraft. An electrical aircraft, why CA? Why an electrical aircraft? Well, few people know that CA operates a large fleet of training aircraft, piston-powered aircraft. And we do that because it's part of the training journey of the people we train. Their training journey starts very early in their life, and very shortly they get exposed to flying a real aircraft in real condition. And for that purpose, we own the complete chain, from the training curriculum, to the flight plan, to the aircraft operation, to the aircraft maintenance, essentially the operation of a flight operations center, part of the training deliveries system. We just happen to know a few things about aircraft as well, aircraft design, because of all the work we do in simulation. So that combination of skill makes us an ideal player to lead that transition towards electrical propulsion. I'm very pleased, I'm very proud as well to announce a Project Clean that went public at the Farnborough Air Show this summer in 2022. Into this project, of electric aircraft, we've assembled partnership with some of the key industrial players who share the same agenda as us towards electrical and clean aviation. Piper came on board with their iconic Piper Archer, a training aircraft which has been around for the last 60 years and still very popular. Safran is a major league global aerospace system supplier and has made strategic investment with electrical motor in a project called the Ingenious Motor. H55 is a Swiss company which has crossed the earth with the solar impulse back in 2018 and has made a lot of technology and lithium battery on aircraft. And Garmin are the new generation cockpit people behind all of this. I'm pleased to announce the CAE is committed to develop a supplement type certificate on the Piper Archer to convert the propulsion from gas to electrical propulsion with batteries. CA is also committing to convert a third of its operating fleet with the electrical propulsion STC, and CA is committing to make that STC commercially available to third parties to make sure that we're all together into this net journey of net zero towards the 2050 milestone. Why am I here today? I did share with you some of the emerging trends in the aerospace which I believe are intersecting with the trends that you will find in smart cities. As you saw, electrical vertical takeoff vehicle, electric aircraft, they all rely on very powerful battery, lithium batteries which today are being developed for the automotive industry. It's my dream that we can work together with the Korean heavy industry, who are global leader when it comes down to electrical lithium battery, working together towards a more sustainable future for the smart cities of tomorrow. In closing, I hope I've been able to give you an insight or two on what's happening in the aviation industry. Whether or not the future will unfold, like I say, nobody knows. One thing is for sure, we're going to go through disruption and innovation together ahead. A lot of those disruptions are going to come from blind spots we normally don't look at. There'll be opportunities for innovation coming from political, from geosocietal, from all sorts of environmental factors. This is why I encourage you to look as wide as possible, open up your aperture as you are planning the roadmap for Smart City into the future. I thank you for this opportunity for CAE today. It's been a pleasure for me, and I look forward to see you into the future.
네, 여러분 감사의 박수 보내주시길 바랍니다.
Well, thank you so much. Please give a big hand.
한국에서 도심 항공 교통 분야에서 퀘벡의 혁신 사례들에 대해 상세한
So he gave us his insight about Quebec's innovative innovation cases for urban mobility. Now we'd like to invite Park Kyung-chae, Research Director of Mobility Stanford Center at the Incheon Global Campus, to the podium for the last presentation of the first session. Please give him a big round of applause. So I've updated my presentation slides at the last minute. So can you please show the latest update version on the screen?
네, 신속하게 확인해서 진행 도와드리겠습니다.
That will take a moment.
Then I'll start with my introduction. So my name is Hyung-chae Park, and I'm the Research Director of Mobility at the Stanford Center at the Incheon Global Campus. So in this presentation, I'll talk about some aspects of smart mobility, emphasizing on an integrative approach based on data. So just wait for a second until my presentation slide is ready. So thank you for waiting. So from now on, I will talk in Korean. So please bear with me. 먼저 모빌리티 관련돼서 지금 어떤 것들이 진행되고
So let me
있는가에
first share with you our activities regarding mobility. So the mobility session at TechCrunch, they discussed the various topics. TechCrunch is for startups and investors, and it provides services regarding technologies in those sectors. TechCrunch is a well-known media in technology and the related sectors. And we think the keywords at TechCrunch will show the emerging trends. So there is this simulated urban driving and robotaxi, autonomous driving. So in hardware like the LiDAR and the software for autonomous driving and AI and electric vehicles and the eVTOL, electric vehicle takeoff and landing, that was mentioned in the previous presentation, and the micromobility plant management and the OEM. In these sectors, how the players have strategies for the future. These topics are discussed at TechCrunch. If these technologies are deployed in the field, that will have a great impact in our daily life and mobility. So if we can just develop these enabling technologies, that will have a great result in the impact in the mobility sector. However, just a simple sum of these technologies would not be enough. We have to have a comprehensive viewpoint to see how the combination of these technologies will impact the sector. The vehicles of transport like the buses or others in the infrastructure to operate the whole system, all of these elements have to be combined or integrated to form a mobility system that we want to use in the future. So the transport vehicles on the road, we have several types. There are the vehicles or cars owned by people, and taxi, and the human-driven vehicles using Uber and other apps in the mass transit like buses, subway, scooter, and shared scooters and shared bicycle for shared transport service. And there are also people who just walk and ride bicycles. All of these different modes of transportation will be combined and integrated to give access to transportation to every citizen to meet their transportation needs. So these are the methods of transport used in the urban setting, and then we also need the infrastructure or the policies to operate infrastructure. They have to be also included in the mobility system. And right now in many cities we have this explosive growth of population, and in this circumstance there will be also explosive growth of the mobility needs by citizens. And how can we respond to such growing needs? Then we need more mass transit, we need more road and more vehicles to satisfy the needs of citizens' mobility needs. So as you can see from the slide on the right side, that is the subway map of Seoul, and on the left side you can see the arteries and the main roads across Seoul. It shows the major modes of transport, and they look like a spider web. They are very densely knitting the whole city. And according to our latest statistics, there is this 508 million transport capacity enabled by this mobility infrastructure. So we have this very densely designed mobility system, and which is working quite well. Right now, when we move from A to B, we cannot say there is no mode of transportation. We can't find any mode of transportation to enable movement of people. However, we still have some very intractable issues. Like during the rush hours, these mass transits are very crowded, and the traffic congestion is also very intense. Even though we have mass transit system and we have a very wide road, during the rush hour there's a very severe traffic congestion, creating air pollution and wasting lots of time by many people. And according to statistics, that 57% of the nitrous oxide comes from the transportation vehicles. So we need a smart mobility in a smart city. And what could create smart mobility? It should be sustainable, it should be safer, and when we say safe, it is a safety from an accident, but also safety from a disease like the situation under the COVID-19 pandemic. It has to be more efficient, and it should be convenient for more people, and it should grant unequal access to every citizen. Then how can we achieve this type of smart mobility? Of course, we need new technologies like the autonomous driving, urban air mobility, eVTOL for urban mobility, and eco-friendly energy sources like for e-vehicles or hydrogen cars, the alternative energy to address the issues of the existing mobility system. And there should be also services that connect technologies with people, like the shared car system or ride sharing like Uber, or the shared bicycle or shared scooter system. If these elements are included in our mobility system, then it will address more of the mobility issues in an urban setting. And how will the future mobility setting look like? Many people say that before, mobility was largely based on the passenger cars owned by residents, but in the future, the mobility would be transformed into another type of service. There would be a big mobility operator, for example, Kakao Mobility in Korea. They have lots of data, and they can create more customized and tailored services for users and come up with the optimized schedule for passengers. And then they also take care of the payment services to provide very streamlined services for every citizen. And there's no need for people to drive on their own, and because they don't have to drive themselves, they use the time for driving for other purposes more to make their life more productive. So eVTOL or the autonomous driving, if they want to be deployed in our daily lives, then we need a new hardware platform. So you can see the left side picture, that is the mobility showcased by Hyundai Motors at the CES 2022. It is a vision. You can see the hub that works as a terminal, and you can see the land purpose-built vehicle, and you can also see the eVTOL for UAM. These three are hardware elements in the future mobility system. So this is a imagination envisioned by Hyundai Motors.
같은 경우에 이제 어느 정도 저희 삶과 이미 어느 정도 접목이 되긴 했지만
some of the elements have been already deployed when you look at the navigation of Kakao Taxi or Kakao Mobility. But you might feel there is still a room for improvement in terms of accuracy and convenience. So this is just one way or the one possible scenario laid out by Hyundai Motors, and we could find other alternatives if we have more engineers participating in, and we have this social consensus for our future mobility, and we will be able to find other alternative routes and scenarios that will be based on the actual needs of users. In developing the customized services based on the needs would be very important in the future. So if we imagine what it will look like the inside of a future mobility car, for the past 100 years, the inside of a car has not changed much. The cars, they are the methods of transportation. So to satisfy the functionality of a car, this is what it basically looked like when you get in a car. This is the inside of a car, and the basic layout was already decided for the past century. But in the future mobility, because you don't need a human driver, the internal layout can be changed radically. As you can see from the right side, this is a unmanned vehicle, a robot taxi. You can see there's no driving role, and the seat layout is very different. Passengers can face each other, and there's no distinction between front seats and back seats. And this purpose-built vehicle, PVV, they are shared vehicles which offer a space that can satisfy various needs of passengers on the move. Some people would prefer to have resting time while they are on the move, and others might want to receive some medical treatment services and other types of services during their journey. So we can offer various types of services by combining these services with mobility services. So the big businesses like Hyundai Motors, they also recognize the importance of future mobility, but about the definite format of service and how it will look like, they have differing opinions, and they all know that they cannot complete the design on their own. And to answer to the question of what it will look like in the future, they had a workshop with our Stanford Center, and they got some of the intuitions from the workshop about future mobility. And to realize the future mobility, of course, technology is important, but the human talent is also important, and the reception by people is also important. How will people react to such technology, and how will they accept the technologies? To find out about that, we have this drive simulation program to gauge or measure the reaction of people toward the future mobility. And based on the result, we are trying to improve the types of the features of future mobility. Another thing that is important is efficiency. To boost efficiency, we need to control traffic volume, and to do that, we need to have an accurate understanding about the current status. So this is another project named Time Numa, and it is led by the EPFL and Switzerland Eco Polytechnic Federal Lausanne. So just let me read the sentences. Pi Numa is a large-scale data set of naturalistic trajectories of 500,000 vehicles that have been collected by one-of-a-kind experiment. So by having drone images from real life, it shows a comprehensive look at the traffic situation in a wider area. The EPFL research team conducted this research, and to expand this research into international setting, the professors of KAIST and EPFL conducted the same project in Songdo for 5 days. They just fly drones to have shots over Songdo roads to see the traffic volume and the driving patterns of human drivers, and it analyzed all these data to see the travel and traffic pattern of Songdo. Our center also participated in the project, and we provided our own GPS data so that we can enhance the Pi Numa data sets.
그래서 이런 프로젝트에 더해서
On top of these projects, since our center is located in Songdo, and Songdo is the Incheon Free Economic Zone, it is quite open about its data set. So with the data coming from our drones and our vehicles, we were able to gather data from CCTVs placed across Songdo. This enhanced our understanding about the traffic situation of Songdo. And there's this another startup, eDrive, located in Songdo. We worked with this startup, and this startup was in charge of the crowdsourcing traffic data. This is traffic data coming from smartphones of citizens. So not just the public entities. So we worked with the startup in the area to upgrade or to refine our data sets.
그래서 방금 말씀드린 파이니어 프로젝트 같은 경우는
So the Pioneer project that I've mentioned, that is very well aligned with the vision of our center. So as we witnessed from the success of Silicon Valley, the Silicon Valley was successful thanks to the collaboration between the regional government, the universities in Silicon Valley, and the private businesses in that area. This Silicon Valley was successful, is successful thanks to the ecosystem in that area. So we want to create a very similar ecosystem here in Songdo. So in that regard, we will work with academic institutes of Korea and other private businesses to address the challenges of smart cities together.
생각을 하고 있고, 그래서 송도에 위치해 있고
Since we are located in Songdo and receiving much benefit from the Songdo or Incheon city government, we hope that we can work with various entities from Quebec, Canada, so that we can find out the many solutions to the smart city issues. Thank you so much. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much. That was the Park Hyung-chae from the Director of Mobility Research of Stanford Center. Well, this brings us to the end of the session 1. Now we'd like to move on to session 2 right away. In session 2, we have a different topic. The topic is this smart city innovation ecosystem that connects Incheon with Quebec. And we will have 3 presentations followed by panel discussion. Lee Ji-sun, the CEO of Sinan Square Bridge Incheon, will give us the first presentation of session 2.
Hello everyone, I am Ji-sun Lee, as was introduced. IFEZ has supported us as we support and nurture startups, and I want to thank IFEZ for giving me this opportunity to present. I'm going to be speaking about what we do, which is fostering startups, and I want to talk about our work and how open innovation is being carried out here in the smart cities. Sinan Square Bridge Incheon works together with the private sector, government, and we are a PP cooperation cluster ecosystem. And it started with the Ministry of SMEs and Startups, and Incheon City was selected as the first startup area, and it was a model of creating private and public clusters. And Shinhan Financial Group participated, and Celltrion participated as a biotechnology firm. And as we operated this business, Google participated, and different partners and players are playing different roles, and we are supporting and fostering startups in various fields. When we first came here, starting Shinhan Square Bridge, we had a lot of concerns, because in the startup ecosystem, there are many players that are participating here and different stakeholders. So we thought about how we could systematically support startups and also bring about the strengths of Incheon. And the answer that we have found is, in order to have good branding, you need to find your differentiating angle. And we found local and global as our differentiating edge. We are located in Songdo, and Incheon and Songdo, they wanted to nurture certain startups in a local and a global way, such as areas of deep tech and smart cities. And in Incheon, you cannot speak about Incheon City without talking about biotech. And that is why we decided to create programs that focuses on deep tech and biotech. Also, Songdo was designed and is being developed as an international city. So we decided to create a global ecosystem. That was our focus. And above all, in Korea's startup ecosystem, all of these startups aspire and dream of going global, although it is not easy for them to do so. So that is why we use these two as an important pillar. We wanted to bring about the local strength of Incheon, and also we wanted to create a global ecosystem. So these were the two major pillars, and we are working with the early startups 3 years since they have been founded, and also we have accelerating program, and we also connect with the companies that want to expand globally at one area. So we were very audacious in our plan. And that is because these days, startups grow quickly. In 1 or 2 years, there are startups that complete their product development. And the CEOs and these entrepreneurs look for investors. They seek journeys, seeking roads into overseas markets. So we wanted to create a place in which, in the same location, we can be an incubator for early startups, for those in their mid-journey and in their globalization process. There are several steps, and there are different programs, and different programs have different purposes and aims. That's why we felt that we needed to be systematic. We created diagnosis systems and set up different tracks. And above all, from 2021, Google for Startups in Korea, they decided to support local startups, and they decided to cooperate with us. And we have an internal accelerator program, and we changed it to Smart City Accelerator Program, which is now being operated with Google starting from 2021. So now we really do have this platform or a path that enables these companies to go global. And the accelerating membership in just the smart city area through these various indexes that you see here showed remarkable performance. And there are many cases that I would like to share with you, but if I were to share with you all of the excellent cases, it would take more than a day. And following my presentation, we have startups that will be pitching their own cases. So just to give you a general overview, we see that these startups are growing quickly and working very hard. We provide pilot projects, and we connect with the global platforms through Google, and we are providing support, customized support in which those startups need at that time. So we help these startups to scale up, and in this process, Incheon City Metropolitan Government and IFEZ is supporting us greatly. And the Google Startup Campus, they have a lot of resources. And they have a very strong organization. So we can make a lot of requests to them to support these programs. Once a startup joins, they can get support. Clan is an application developer that uses AI, and they wanted to launch globally, and they wanted to get a review of their AI algorithm from Google. And the CEO was really pleased with that. Through that process, within ProCan, the developers gained a lot of confidence because of the review that they had received from Google. And this is one of the strengths that we have as a private and public cluster. So this, I think, is a synergy that can be created through our cluster. Due to time constraint, I don't think I can explain all of the content here. In the case of Shekko, it's a representative Incheon company, and they are a company that creates robots to solve marine pollution. And this startup, I forgot the name suddenly, and they had an opportunity to carry out a pilot project in Incheon area, and through this they were able to fine-tune their product. And for startups, these pilot projects, it's really important for them to prove their products and for them to go on to the next level. And we also provide promotion support, and it's right in front of this location. If you go to Shinhan Square Bridge in the basement floors 1, 2, and 3, and certain floors of the building, they receive support, and these startups can receive support through our programs, and they can also be connected with global companies that are partnering with us, and we are supporting them through public support too. So that's the end of my presentation, and if there's anything that you want to ask, we can have a discussion during the panel discussion. Thank you very much for the presentation. We heard from Ji-sun Lee, CEO of Shinan Square Bridge in Incheon. So it was about a smart city ecosystem, and it was the first presentation on this theme. We will go on to the next presentation.
Richard Chernier from Centec will give us a presentation about innovation ecosystem snapshot.
Hello
Please
everyone,
watch
my
the
name
video.
is Richard Chernier, CEO of Centec, a deep tech incubator based in Montreal. I'm proud to be with you today, friends from Korea, and we hope we can collaborate one day. So, Centec is a non-for-profit organization created in 1996 by École de Technologie Supérieure, ETS, the second largest engineering school in Canada. And our main job is to create value in our economy. So, what we do, our mission is from the concept to the commercialization of their product. We support early stage entrepreneurs 0 to 3 years. We were recognized as the top 20 best university incubator in the world by UBI Global, and we are still growing since that time. So our main sectors are related to B2B areas, so B2B clients, related to medical devices and digital health. It represents a third of our clients. Automation and Industry 4.0, including robotic and so on. Transport and logistic, environment and energy. And in environment, we also focus on industrial purposes, also telecom and microelectronic, satellites, 5G, and so on. So we also choose the project that we want to working with around the Sustainable Development Goals from the United Nations. So we work especially around 8 main goals. So I don't want to explain each of these goals, but for us, sustainable development and working with entrepreneurs with great ideas to face and help to face climate changes are very important for us. How it works. So we have 2 programs, especially for early stage entrepreneurs, and 1 program for corporates. The 2 first, acceleration and propulsion, are especially for those who want to launch their company. So the first one is acceleration. Acceleration, it's a 12 weeks program. We work by cohort, and we support an average of 40 companies for that period. And we want to be sure that each company that we support can validate the traction from the market for their product. Also, we work with them to build the good business model to be sure that they will be able to sell what they do to a client base, and also be sure that they have everything in mind to build a real company. So we start with each cohort as an average, as I said, of 40 companies. We do this 2 times a year, and after 12 weeks on each 40 companies, we choose some of them to join the propulsion program. The propulsion program, it's a 2 years program, and we select an average of 15 to 20 companies per cohort. So in the propulsion program, it's a 2 years program where we tailored our activities to be sure that we have an accurate support to accelerate their pace. Our services are free. We take no equity, no IP. Our job is to create value in our economy and be sure that at the end of the journey, these companies will create value in our economy. We also have a program for corporates called Collision Lab. The main purpose of the Collision Lab is to help large corporations to attract, filter, and work with relevant startup related to their needs. We actually have 10 large corporations around us, telecom, in pharma, with industrial purposes and so on. And our job is to accelerate the innovation adoption, especially from startups. We create in 2021 our own VC fund called Boreal Venture, and Boreal Venture invests in our companies. The 2/3 of their investment come directly to companies who pass through Santec programs, and the other 1/3 to other companies who are based in Quebec. We also have a very special thing. I think we are unique in the world. We have our home design team. So we have 40 master students in design who help with by internship our companies to put more design in their product and so on. I have to say something. So we work with different technologies. So we can do quantum, AI, microelectronic, and so on. And the companies that we are working with, 100% of them does software stuff, but 70% of the time, these software are embedded in an object. So we do a lot of IoT stuff. And I think this is what is so particular for us, especially in Canada, where there's a lot of incubator for software entrepreneurs, but there's only a few of them who works on hardware stuff. So at Santec, it's entrepreneurs for entrepreneurs. So we have our own entrepreneur in residence team who are serial entrepreneurs who have major success and major fails, and their job is to coach each company to understand what they do, challenge what they have in mind, and share their network, but also their expertise, because they have some successful stories and also have some fails, and sometimes that helps our entrepreneurs to accelerate their experience, and especially sometimes to avoid some obstacles. So our main matrix for the last few years, so as I said, we were created in 1996, so we have more than 25 years of experience. We have an average of 100 companies plus per year. We have over 70 experts in residence, and also including our entrepreneur in residence. And we have created in the last 5 years more than 1,500 jobs, and our companies, our early stage companies, attract more than 600 millions in capital during the last 5 years. So this is a few examples of the company that we support. So you can find them on our website, santec.co, and a few of them are actually very successful. If you want to stay connected with us, or if you want to create partnership and so on, feel free to contact us. This is my name and my email address, and I hope someday, somehow, as soon as we can collaborate on very specific projects. Thank you for your time. Enjoy the Congress, enjoy the conference. I hope to see you in Quebec, and maybe one day myself in Korea. Have a good day.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. We heard from Richard Chenier of Santec. We also would like to see Richard Chenier here in Korea. Next, we will be hearing from Yong-woo Lim, Andrew Lim, from the Quebec Government Office in Seoul, a co-host of today's international seminar. He's going to be speaking on successful collaboration between Incheon and Quebec.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Andrew. Bonjour à tous. Je m'appelle Andrew. It's an honor to be here today. Yes, because I think it took a lot of work for the organizers, myself, Quebec, Incheon to make this happen. So once again, I would like to thank everybody who participated as well as those who organized it. So thank you once again. Okay, so I'll try to keep this presentation short also because we, as usual, are kind of running out of time. So I will talk about some successful collaboration between Incheon and Quebec. I know Marie-Ève Jean, she talked about it briefly as well, so I'll talk about certain things in a bit more detail. The point of my presentation is to give Incheon, the participants, the idea of what kind of things we can do together. So this is basically the table of contents. I won't go through it too much. The way we work in the Quebec government and also abroad, like people like us in Korea, we have, as Marie-Ève Jean also mentioned, there's a lot of Quebec offices abroad. How we work is the government kind of forms a strategy. It's called SQRE2. I guess in English, we would call it Quebec Research, Investment, and Innovation Strategy. And you can see the French over there. So basically what they do is they give us some priority sectors, but as well as give us support, financial, also expertise, consultation on what we should collaborate on together. Obviously, I work in the research and innovation sector, which means science and technology. So this means science and technology stuff. And what's really interesting is I highlighted some of the key sectors that Quebec is really driving forward. And as you could see, it's very in alignment with Korea. And that's probably why we're here today. Incheon is very strong in smart cities. Also, they're strong in artificial intelligence. And so is Quebec, as Marie-Ève Jean also mentioned. So these are some of the things we are working on currently together. But as you can see, there's a lot of other sectors that Quebec is quite, I guess, fluent in. You saw CAE aerospace. We do have an aerospace sector. And we all know that Korea is starting to kind of nurture their own aerospace sector. Actually, I'll just take off my mask. Yes, many people are far away from me, so it's okay. I won't go through this too much, but how we foster also innovation is we provide a lot of general incentives. It could be tax incentives, talent, et cetera, but many governments, including other provinces, Korea does this as well, so I'm not going to do this in too much detail. My tax actually covered RSRI. We call this it's in French, le groupement sectoriel de recherche industrielle. Basically, it means it's kind of grouping industries and research together. So as you could see, there's a lot of, funding agencies, for example, for research purposes, for innovation, and we kind of group them together in sectors. So for example, you could see CRIAC over there on the bottom left. They kind of fund research or do some research on their own, but they fund research in, for example, aerospace sectors. And actually, there is some collaboration going on between CRIAC and a famous, institution called KaiTech in Korea. It's called Senggiwon. So there's a lot of collaboration going on. So I just want to tell you how we do innovation. My innovation mandate, or research innovation mandate in Quebec, this is how it kind of works. I guess it's quite basic. So commercialization in itself is usually when the product is ready to be sold, ready to go on the market. But usually what research innovation, what we do is we start with fundamental research, for example. Maybe a professor publishes some fundamental research on new battery permeable technology. We would take that, kind of develop it through research, a proof of concept, et cetera, so that we could eventually commercialize it. I mean, we all know commercialization is important, not just for making money, but to get out there in the market. That's when you compete with other people, and that's how you really, really innovate. So this is what we do. I guess because of time, I won't cover all those institutional accelerations we have, because obviously, although some of the people like myself, we have some expertise, but we don't know everything, obviously. So we consult and we work with a lot of research institutes and chairs in Canada and Quebec. So these are some of them. Some of them are actually quite unique. Social impacts of AI and digital technology, because we sometimes imagine AI is about just tech, but what about the social impact? What about biases, ethics? So there's a lot of cool institutes, let's just say. Incubators, accelerators, they're a very important part of my work because they are the ones that have the programs, that have the network and expertise to be able to kind of nurture startups. Numana was mentioned, so I'm not going to go through them, but basically these are some of my key clients in Quebec that I kind of partner up with Korea and Incheon. And there's obviously other incubators and accelerators in Quebec. There's quite a lot. You could see the location. Yes, we know Montreal is the biggest metropolitan city in Quebec, but we do have Quebec City and other places that have accelerators that help innovation, that kind of foster startups. So that's that. And I'll give you some successful cases so that maybe participants elsewhere, but also Incheon can learn about how I kind of fostered collaboration. There's a lot, I won't go through them too much, but of course I'm going to talk about Incheon because we're here today and we kind of, this is kind of the roadmap as to how we came. To be honest, the people from Incheon, about a year ago in 2021, we actually were in a panel together. And we talked about, hey, how we should collaborate. That was the basic panel. And this panel actually was in Shinhan Square Bridge. So Julia, she kind of fostered this collaboration in the beginning. So we talked about it, but as we know, we're not the type of people who just talk and do nothing. So we actually kept our promise, did some MOUs, did some seminars. They visited our office. We talked about collaboration, and here we are today. So it took about a year, maybe a bit more than that, to come to where we are at today. So just wanted to kind of tell you about this roadmap. And we also participated in places like WCSC 2022, World Smart Cities Expo. We did pitches there. We're doing B2B. So there's a lot of collaboration. And as you know, we did our MOUs. So we'll definitely keep going with that. So that's the IFEZ, the World Smart Cities Expo. We collaborate on that, but I'll skip that. We also do a lot of promotion, a lot of brand, but also a lot of public policy. It's because, as you know, Quebec is somewhat famous. People know for its drama and all that. But what about innovation? What about our companies? What about the science that we do? So it's very important to, have the right people, have the right stakeholders, and kind of talk about what we could do together. But to do that, we have to know about each other. So we do a lot of these conferences, seminars, and I myself with Steppy, we published some things on startup ecosystem in Canada, but also in Korea. Quebec. This is very important because, you first need to know what we do, what kind of things we actually have to be able to collaborate. So knowledge sharing is extremely important. Other things, I know this is Incheon, but this is just a case. We did an MOU. I went to Montreal recently, took Seoul Digital Foundation, and we signed an agreement to do a proof of concept program, which I think maybe we could do with Incheon, and which we'll talk about probably during the panel. The research part I do is a lot of joint research, institutions, universities, and these things take time, obviously. Typically, institutions in Korea, they're very big. They're usually a public institution, so there are processes to get to maybe a joint research call, as Marie-Ève Jean mentioned, Prima Quebec and NRF. So Kate Prompt is another thing I'm working on. Hopefully, we should be able to get this going next year. It probably will be a call on joint AI. There's another partner, MyTax, you mentioned. You saw the presentation. They're also another partner that we're doing this with. So that's another thing. Maybe we could do with Incheon. This case, it's expired. It's basically expired. Basically, another job or another idea I have is to create a fund together, maybe a venture capital fund to invest in each other's startups. So that's just an idea I had. There is a case, but I won't go through it too much because it's kind of ending or ended. So. And I'll just quickly talk about some of the programs that I actually do right now, international programs, Quebec, Korea, partnership programs. I don't have that much time, so I'll go through them quickly. We have the Canada-Korea International Innovation Program. It's an annual program. It's with the National Research Council of Canada, which is, it's a federal entity, but they also have offices in Montreal and Quebec. And it's with KIAT, K-I-A-T. It's a public institution in Korea. There's a joint call every year, and I think you get support up to around 700,000 Canadian dollars per year, depending on your thing. And usually it's in the tech sector, science tech, AI, this one's automated vehicle, et cetera, et cetera. So there's this kind of programs that we can do together. Quebec, maybe an Incheon startup, for example. We have startup programs, startup exchange programs, which you saw the MOU signing, Sontech and Incheon Startup Park or Incheon Technopark. So we already have some of these programs going. but I would love to do it. We signed the MOU, but actually have it launched maybe next year. So we'll talk about that later. Marie-Ève Jean, she mentioned Prima Quebec NRF, so I won't talk about that too much. We also send researchers to Canada and Quebec. The two red universities, they are from Quebec, so they send them and they do research together to foster collaboration. It's in Korean, but basically it's all about like deep learning or science tech stuff, obviously. And we'll talk about this in the panel, but this is just some of my ideas I had. We talked about it briefly already with Incheon. Maybe we could do some of these things together. For example, Marie-Ève Jean, EQE, we are collaborating on startups now, and maybe we could take Incheon startups to Collision, for example. It's an event in Toronto, but also Quebec company startups come, so we could do stuff together. Probably some of the people in the audience has been there. CES is another big one, but I guess we'll talk about this during the panel, and I'm kind of running out of time, so I will end it here, and we'll probably talk about a lot of these collaborative things during the panel, and we'll probably keep our promise. So that's it. Thank you. Merci.
네, 여러분 힘찬 감사의 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give him a warm hand. We heard from Andrew Lim of the Quebec Government Office in Seoul. We heard about the various cooperation cases of Quebec and Korea. We will now go on to a panel discussion with Jong-won Kim of IFEZ and the two previous speakers. We will have Andrew Lim leading the panel discussion.
So one of the presenters of this session, Im Young-woo, will also serve as a panelist. Well, great to see you all. So I'm here as panelist this time, and for panel discussion, I will speak in Korean since I cannot speak in French. So my choice of preferred language is Korean here. So as I mentioned, I am now chair of the panel discussion for this session. And there are many discussions regarding smart city, but I believe that how we proceed with international collaboration, especially with Quebec, Canada, is the main discussion point for today's symposium. First, let me please introduce yourselves. Well, thank you. I am from IFEZ, and I'm in charge of smart city and the smart industry development. My name is Kim Jong-won. Great to see you all. How about CEO of Shinhan Bridge Capital? Well, I am Lee Ji-sun, and I'm in charge of developing smart companies in Shinhan Bridge Capital. So we are joined by many such distinguished panelists. So as I mentioned, since we have this constraint of time, I would like to focus on a few topics. Your plan about the international collaboration, especially with Quebec, and we will start with the panelists from IFEZ. You've heard my presentation, and you're also doing the quantum computing, and the same goes for Korea. What is your plan for international collaboration in those areas? Well, Mr. Im Young-woo, you made a very excellent presentation, and you covered all these important topics during your presentation. And the Quebec City and Incheon City are already doing collaborations in those areas. That is how we organized this symposium in the first place. Well, Incheon City is focusing on smart city and startups for a future growth engine, and we believe that three areas have more potential for a future collaboration. One of them is smart city. In the smart city, we, Incheon, have such a deep history, and we have great progress here in Songdo. So we want to share the know-hows with Quebec through forums between industry and academia, and we can have various exchange programs for smart cities. And another area is about the Incheon Startup Park. Incheon Startup Park is now getting much support from IFEZ, and young entrepreneurs there have great ideas. and they can get some support from accelerators, and some of them want to have a global reach. They want to go out to the overseas markets, and I believe that there are many accelerators, non-profit accelerators in the Quebec, and so we had its starting point by signing an MOU with the Centec. So we want to have more exchange programs to support our startups. And another area that I want to mention is that we have to focus on promotion to raise awareness. Just doing our best alone would not be enough. So we need to organize exhibitions to raise awareness about activities and the progress to expand the scope of our collaboration. Well, thank you so much. There can be many events. So can you give us more specific ideas about those areas? And especially, Quebec is very excelling in AI, and the Incheon City also has an area which it is excelling. And in Incheon, the robots and UAM are the areas with the great potential. Well, we are paying keen interest or attention to those areas, and developing the urban center is another topic of high interest, and we want to have exchange programs and collaboration in those areas as well. Well, there was an MOU ceremony today, and there was a collaboration between Herbia Era and Revo, which is helping visually challenged people. So that was a very great example of collaboration. What is your plan to support these startups for a great cause? Well, Revo is a startup that we are directly nurturing, and Neostack is another startup that is receiving support from our city. It is also about smart farming and for drone control system and UAM. We have a startup which joined the international competition and won an award. And these startups, what they really want to find their clients. So to find clients, they want to go out. So we want to give support so that more of these startups can go overseas. Yes, Suntech and Incheon Techno Park, they also signed an MOU, and if they have startup exchange program, then they can create a cohort to support each other. And how about that? Yes, that is a great idea. We can have inbound and outbound programs, and these programs will produce the first generation of startups, and I just hope that the benefits will spread across many startups. Yes, please share with us any news coming from these programs so that we can be updated with the benefits. Now we'd like to move on to Ms. Lee Ji-sun.
It's a similar question. However, you have been already cooperating with Quebec. So what are some areas that you feel that we can cooperate? As I presented from the beginning, we focused on global programs. That's one of the areas of focus for us. And we have a wide variety, a wide breadth of partners, and we had some meetings about ways to cooperate with Quebec. We do not have specific cooperation programs, but we are looking globally, so we are looking for outbound programs, and we also have inbound programs. So overseas startups, when they want to enter into Korea, we support and nurture them too. So that's an area that we can look into too. And another thing that I remember when I had a meeting with Quebec was that from Canada, startups that want to enter into Asia, that they are looking at the Korean market keenly. And I was actually quite surprised because North American markets, when they think about Asia, they first think of Hong Kong and Singapore, I thought, or China or Japan. But they were saying that there's increased interest in Korea, and they feel that Korea might become a gateway into the Asian market, and I thought those remarks were quite inspiring. Thank you for those remarks. And we are working globally and Quebec, and it really does seem that Korea is becoming really famous due to large companies such as Samsung, Science, Technology, Innovation, BTS, and K-drama, Parasite. So culture, IT, and companies, and it seems that now Korea is bearing the fruits of those efforts. And in January, in the CES, Korea is becoming one of the second largest participants. It's a event in US, so US has the most exhibits, but Korea is also a very major player there. And Shinhan Square Bridge and Quebec had some cooperation. Bonjour Montreuil, they had an MOU, and one area that was quite unfortunate was that it was not an accelerator, it was more of a supervising, and so there was a slight mismatch. I think I have to work harder to find good partners appropriate. And I want to ask a question to Shinhan Bridge Square, and I think it was mentioned in your presentation, Bridge to Korea. I know that there's an inbound program, and we work together a little bit in that area. And Incheon works on smart cities, and you are also focusing on biotechnology, and biotechnology is an important theme. So are you going to continuously work on biotechnology, or do you plan to expand into others? Bridge to Korea, it wasn't focused exclusively on biotechnology. The initial idea was that many Korean companies wanted to venture overseas. This is well known. However, we felt that although this is important too, but we felt that we want to bring in international startups into Korea, because we felt that this will lead to a synergy effect with Korean startups. You need to understand the global market for you to be successful overseas. But if you are able to learn from your friends and colleagues, it helps. And that's the initial thought when we started the inbound into Korea, bridge into Korea. And once we started, we felt that it had a real effect. In the past, it was an online program, so there was a big time difference with North America and Europe, so it was not easy to receive applications in these areas. However, if possible, we would like to have offline programs inviting companies to Korea. We're open to this, and we do not want to restrict regions. And our program is mainly focused on deep tech and biotech. So especially in these areas, we're very open. And so I think we can cooperate with Quebec in those areas. Yes, we really want to. I will work on that. And the next question is out of personal curiosity. Of course, is Shinhan Bridge Square. You have the Shinhan in your name. And what's the cooperation of Incheon and Shinhan Square Bridge?
Well, we first met Shinhan. I mentioned briefly during my presentation. It was in 2019. It was a startup park that we launched with the Ministry of SMEs and startups. We want to start with smart city initiatives by giving support to startups. So since we are famous for biotechnology, so deep tech for a smart city and biotech for medical city. And to do that, promoting startups for public causes and developing startups for private interests, that is totally two different missions. So we have two programs under Startup Park, the program for public interest and another program supported by Shinhan Capital Bridge. And this program operated by Shinhan Bridge is funded by Shinhan Capital. And about the startups which are in the Startup Park, they have a free choice. They can either choose the public program and or private program. These two programs compete against each other to develop further. So we first met with Sinan through the startup park, and we consider Sinan as our partner, and we want to promote their program as well under our umbrella. Yes, thank you so much. I have another question out of my personal curiosity. When I had the first collaboration with Sinan, I think that was 2 years ago. Back then, the size was not that big, and it did not have many employees, but its growth has been very phenomenal and very fast-paced. Can you tell us the secret? Yes, I consider my company as a startup. We work like a startup. To partner with the startups, then we have to think like startups, and we have to be agile like startups, like seeing things from their perspective. So I think that we have a great program this year. Then I always think about how I can make these already good program even better for the coming year. That is how we have achieved such a fast-paced growth. Yes, I don't remember the exact number of employees, but I think that was a 500% growth per year. Yes, we started with only 3 people, but now we have 18 people in our team. Yes, thank you so much. Since we don't have much time, we'd like to wrap up this panel discussion session. Audience, thank you for your attention and interest. Yes, please give a big hand to our panelists. That was also a very special time. And my gratitude goes to the moderator of the session, Mr. Im Young-woo. And thank you, Ms. Jason and Mr. Lee Jong-wook, Kim Jong-won, for sharing with us your expertise and insights. So the time flies really. Now we'd like to have a short break time before having the third session. Thank you so much for your attention. We'd like to watch a 5-minute video.
The best city to live in, an advanced smart city. IFEZ Smart City suggests a future. A human-friendly city that cares about its citizens and enriches their lives. A sustainable, eco-friendly city combined with information technology. As a smarter and greener city, IFEZ pursues to become a worldwide futuristic model. Greener city that aims for carbon zero. IFEZ has already grown to be the world's largest hub of bio-industries and has also come to the forefront as a new hub of education, healthcare, tourism, and distribution. Numerous global businesses are taking place in the fields of IT and new materials. And as the center of the bio-industry, IFEZ is leading the world. IFEZ is evolving into a smarter and greener city. Smart Disaster Safety Crime Prevention System. IFEZ integrates smart city services based on hyper-connected networks and manage them 24 hours in its 3 areas of Songdo, Yeongjong, and Cheongna. The Smart Disaster Security and Crime Prevention Systems is controlled remotely under the supervision of specialists. In case of emergency, various information of the city is collected to promptly respond to the situation. In an emergency situation, police officers are immediately dispatched to the scene. In case of fire, accurate information is provided via fire monitoring cameras. Vehicles in questions can be identified via the license plate recognition system. Crimes are prevented via object recognition cameras. Transportation. Autonomous driving. Integrated control systems enable fully autonomous driving and create smooth traffic flow to encourage safe driving. Data Hub Service. IFEZ Public Data Hub is Korea's first of its kind. It saves and analyzes all IFEZ data in the cloud. Those data are provided to be used when companies develop innovative technologies. Smart Bus Shelter. Smart bus shelters are run on the Smart City platform developed by IFEZ. They are not just bus stops for waiting, but convenient and safe places. Intelligence Building System. In the IFEZ Smart City, the intelligence system is applied to the buildings and houses, collecting and analyzing various data ranging from security, heating and cooling management, electricity, water supply, to parking and indoor air quality. Then, the system provides the processed information. Environment Service. Environment data is also provided to the citizens, based on the analysis of real-time weather observations and road sensor data. IFEZ is an eco-friendly city where 40% of its area is green space and where residents can enjoy relaxing and leisurely lifestyle. Smart City is not a trend, but a daily life to IFEZ citizens. Incheon Startup Park. Since 2003, IFEZ has grown to be a world-class free economic zone based on innovativeness and creativity. Combining the accumulated experience and competence of a smart city business with governmental support, Incheon Startup Park was established to foster creative startup companies. Incheon Startup Park offers generous support for starting a business, demonstration projects, investment programs, and global expansions, so that startup companies in Incheon with limitless potentials can achieve their dreams. In the future, cities, companies, and citizens will grow rapidly together within IFEZ's smart platform. And it is IFEZ Smart City's mission to develop into an even more advanced smart city. A place that globalizes your life's values in a smarter way. This is IFEZ, the global business frontier.
네, 여러분 다시 한번 환영합니다.
Well, thank you. Welcome back to 2022 IFEZ Smart City International Symposium. We are having a very fast-paced symposium right now, and you are having very intense discussions and presentations. Now it's time for us to open the third session. The third session is about technology and innovation of startups. So this is also a very special session for all of us. We'd like to hear pitches from CEOs of innovative technology startups of Incheon and Quebec. The first speaker is CEO of Herbiera, Cindy Romero-Luaca, who has signed a MOU with the Korean startup. Ms. Cindy Romero-Luaca will give us a presentation about the smart farming technology. Please give a big hand.
감사합니다. 안녕하세요. Hi, bonjour. So we are Herbiera. We are a Quebec and Canadian startup, and we are now in South Korea since end of July until mid-November. And we'll be truly happy to come back. We're truly happy also to be here today. Thank you for the invitation and organization as well. So I will start by presenting our business here. So as mentioned, Herbiera is a Canadian agri-tech startup. So we simplify and optimize indoor growing, and our main clients are greenhouses and vertical farms as well. So why indoor agriculture? Because food production is one of the main biggest challenges of our time, and it concerns everyone, so organizations, individuals, government as well. So since we have many climate changes and also limited land available for arable lands, so for agriculture, indoor agriculture is essential. And also because of supply chain disruption, as we've seen during pandemic, has been very hard. Many governments are looking for autonomy in terms of food production. So we could see that as much as in Canada as in South Korea, because there's a limited human labor resources as well. So indoor agriculture is one of the solutions, but still implies a lot of challenges because it requires a lot of energy, a lot of human resources, a lot of expertise, and it's hard to automate as well, and the productivity can be increased. So that's why we developed a smart substrate. So basically, why the substrate is innovative, one of the first component, it's because it has a lying agent that makes it solid. So basically, usually soil is not solid, but the fact that it is a solid substrate block makes it easier to automate. It is also completely eco-sourced, so entirely biodegradable compared to other type of substrate actually available on the market. So it's easy to automate. It reduces maintenance because it is combined with a passive hydroponic system. So basically the water flows from the tank, which is in the bottom of the substrate, and flows to the substrate block. So the substrate block has a very good absorption humidity level, and it releases nutrients over the time. So the block already contains the nutrients and the seeds as well for the plant. So our Canadian Research Centre, Bioptier, written an article a year ago now that our substrate outperforms the competition. So we can see the results here after approximately 3 months of growth production. So this is the type of plants we can grow and that we have tested up to now with Bioptier, our Canadian Research Centre. So basically it goes from tomatoes, basil, lavender, wild strawberries as well, and peppers. But we know that we can grow many more type of crops as well, such as mushrooms, cucumbers, etc. So we have many more crop types to test in the future. And here in South Korea as well, of course. So as for our products, we exist since 2018, but it's been a lot of R&D. And we were first B2C as well. So our first products were for the consumer market. So we can see here the smart plants on the left. But since a few months now, we made a pivot for the B2B market. So that's why we're aiming for greenhouses and vertical farms. So I will let my colleague Julien.
Thank you, Cindy. So, yes. Basically, the core of our innovation is the substrate that Cindy explained in details, allowing to have better grow food, to grow a larger diversity in an industrial manner, and to automate the process in a much more efficient way. But in order to have a really complete solution, we developed an IoT solution, which is a tank monitoring system. And if we talk about smart cities, basically it means that we need to help the cities or help the production of food in a dense areas in a really optimal manner, leveraging data, and therefore we are providing a much more precise monitoring of the information about the growth of the plant. And then the optimization of the greenhouse, which is made by greenhouse management systems, is much more performant. Therefore, that's another aspect of our business model. All of those, including the software portion, the substrate, the manufacturing process is all protected with the intellectual property that is shared between Korea and Canada. Therefore, Americas and Europe are revenue generators for Quebec City, and for Seoul, Asia Pacific will be the territory where it will generate revenue. And we applied to a patent that is a PCT covering the world, and we will select the countries later on. Business model is quite simple. We're based on the substrate, therefore we sell the substrate in the recurring manners for greenhouses and the consumers, but outside of that you need to have the growing system, which is the growing device for consumers, or all the systems for the greenhouses and vertical farms. And for the IoT component, it would be a recurring monthly or annually fee that can generate also a portion of the revenue. For now, we are undertaking some pilot projects with Korean corporations. Mainly, actually, it's interesting because it goes well in both Canada and Korea, but faster in Korea. We're monitoring the speed. we have pilot projects to test to which extent our technology works well with the current environment of the greenhouses here, and therefore they will define the full production later on so that we can predict the quantity of substrate that we will need to produce shortly. So large market, both in consumer and industrial. We see that Asia is the fastest growing. So that's why we thought that it's quite interesting to focus it quite quickly. Winning the KSGC, so we are currently incubated or helped by the Korean government through the Korea Grand Startup Challenge, was also an accelerator to go into Korea. And we thought that Korea would be the basis for accessing the whole Asian market because of, first, local market is excellent. Since there's the highest number of greenhouses per capita, high price of vegetables and fruits, and a lot of importation. Therefore, just the Korean market was extremely interesting for us. But moreover, with the Canadian Free Trade Agreement with Korea, and with all what we have in terms of possibility of exporting from Korea, it was totally optimal. Then just a few points about competition. We compete more with similar systems that are not ours, but active hydroponic and aeroponic are based on focusing on specific type of crops like Korea. Oh yes, sorry. So we have some specific type of crops that are really optimized for these systems, but for others they're not good. And soil-based solutions are not really optimal, but that can grow anything. So we're just bringing best of both worlds. Quickly, on consumer, we're just growing much larger and better plants. So there's a lot of competition in this field, but our substrate is better in order to grow a much more beautiful plant, if you will, and that's what distinguishes. Roadmap, there's a lot of things to do. Largest crowdfunding campaign in La Ruche. We outperformed on our competition in 2021, and the first production facility in Saint-Agapi 2 years ago, and now we're here in Korea. And then we are developing the Korean market. Our team with local presence now that just started here with Donkey, our manager here that will be highly involved and is already involved a lot with us, and the Canadian team as well. And in South Korea, we are advancing quite well, actually, much more than we thought in the beginning. It was hard, and I stumbled when I realized that LinkedIn is not used that much, but then Korean are extremely helpful, honest, and you can feel a human warmth in the business relationship, and it helped a lot. So we had a lot of success with some of, these startups, these greenhouses, and we advanced much more quickly after the first month. That was a bit hard, but then it went really, really fast. So we're really good about that, and I'll let Cindy discuss a bit about results.
Maybe I will go quickly here since I know that time is running. But since the 2.5 months we've been here, we're truly happy because we finished our incorporation of a local Korean entity. We have also hired one full-time employee, which is Dong-hee. We have set up intellectual property as well and share equally between Canadian and Korean entity. We have signed 10 MOUs so far and received many support letters from Canadian Embassy, from the Quebec office, from Seoul Venture University as well, and Big Bang Angel. So we're truly happy about that. And many projects are going on that will certainly create some revenues here in South Korea. So basically that's our partners that helped us a lot since we've been here. We wouldn't be where we are right now without them. So we're truly grateful. Then, doesn't work. I don't know why. Maybe if we can, okay, thank you. And maybe I will just quickly talk about our collaboration with Revo, since it's an Incheon startup and we signed the MOUs just before. So we're truly happy to partner with Revo since we'll give accessibility to smart plants to blind people. So since they use a hardware device to give access to smartphones to blind people, we'll connect their app with ours. So it's easier for them to interact with the smart plant. And we will also produce another hardware of the smart plant that is easier to read for blind people, so that have many language for blind people on it, so it's easier for them to handle. So our smart plant is already much more easier to use as a regular plant, but now it will be much more better for blind people. So I will just go really quickly here. So many events we've met, and many MOUs and gangbus signs.
Yeah, when we got some meetings with business partners, it just became crazy, and we thrived, I would say, and we have a lot of great results. So thanks, everyone.
네, 정말 감사드립니다. Thank you for sharing your great details for the hardware business model. 네, 상세한 내용 허비에라 관련해서 스마트팜 기술에
Thank you very much for giving us a presentation on smart farms.
네, 이제 무척 기대되는 다음도
We will now go on to the next presentation. We are going to be hearing from Jin Oh-jeon, CEO of NeoStack, a startup in Incheon, a startup park. And the presentation is going to be on smart lighting platform. So globally, 1.7 billion tons of CO2 is coming from lighting. And we have a solution to prevent waste in our lights. And recently, you know that energy is a major issue. There are countries that consume energy and those who are supplying energy, and energy is becoming so important these days. A lot of regulations exist to reduce energy uses, such as zero energy building. When building and constructing a building, you calculate the energy that is produced and consumed by a building. And this is a requirement these days to reduce the energy consumption of buildings. And in zero energy buildings, there's 3 technology that is really important, and we are interested in active technology. New and renewable energy is about solar panels or geothermal and fuel cells. It's energy generation, and passive, it is reducing the energy consumption through insulation. And we are in the area of minimizing energy consumption in buildings. And the reason why I'm introducing zero energy buildings is because starting from tomorrow, if you are not able to receive such approval and certification, you cannot get approval and permits for building. So for buildings that have a space of more than 500 square meters, you need to get such approval. And so even if a building that is 1/10 the size of where we are holding this conference, you need to get this approval. And in this approval, what do you need to work on first? To have energy efficiency. Electricity that is generated in Korea, half is consumed by the industry side, and half is being used for the energy of various buildings. And in buildings, what is an area that consumes the most electricity? You will see that 38% of the electricity is consumed by lighting. And how can you reduce then the energy usage here? Thus far, it was about converting lighting to LED lighting. And such work was carried out. But once you reach 2030, you will come to the limitation, because LED also will come to a dead end in its efficiency improvement. Then, if you think about it, without changing lighting, how can you reduce energy consumption? This morning, think about the things that you did. When you were leaving your home this morning, you turned off all of the lights. That is because when you are paying for your energy, you try to conserve energy. However, in commercial facilities such as offices, do you think lights are turned off a lot? It's not easy to do so. The users of the building are not the ones who are paying electricity costs, and when you have small spaces, it's easy for you to check and turn off lights. However, in large-scale buildings, it's not easy to do so. Of course, there are some methods such as automatic control, and through automatic control, it's possible to automate it. However, it's a heavy system, and in Korea, there is the the building manager, the owner of the buildings, and the ones who are renting the building and actually using the building. Different stakeholders have different interests. So we want to make it easy. We want to make it into a method that is easy to use, like a smart lighting. And this is a solution that we have developed. I want to show you what it is. So this smart lighting, it's the same as existing lighting. You can install our unit, which has the controller, and make the change, and you can create a smart lighting. But this is not it. After you change the lighting, you create a network and set up the security. And for non-experts, it is not easy to do that. So how were we able to solve this problem? This is the software that we provide. And once you make the change, the user can create a scenario and group of lighting, and you can just scan the QR, and you can use and configure the lighting control system as if you are an expert. So we completed POCs in 2 areas. It's in the underground parking lot at the startup park, and just in 8 hours we automated the system. And the left, it is an apartment. The right side for you. So it's an apartment, and it takes 3 days to change lighting, but just in 6 hours we were able to configure this. And the biggest strength of our solution is that it is not a it is a central controlled system. Looking at the Kakao case, if there is a server in the middle at the center, if it is damaged, this creates a massive domino effect. However, we are decentralized, so it is possible to expand the network. It's a wireless method, and using this system, we were able to create a smart lighting. And the solution, if the solution of the smart lighting is lighter, they will change the paradigm. This is the as-is value chain. The lighting company gets the parts, they assemble it, and for the households, they go to retailers to purchase, and for the industrial and commercial buildings, they use system integrators. And because of this, the existing lighting companies had a lot of frustration. The system integrators have a lot of requests, but now IoT technology, if it is included into the lighting, then the lighting companies, they can provide their services to various areas, and you don't need experts to install it anymore. And the go-to-market business model is as follows. The existing lighting companies, they don't have a lot of knowledge in this area. We provide the solution to these companies, and we are going to distribute with them, and we have 4 partners in Korea, and We believe that about 100 companies can use our software. And already overseas, there's a lot of interest in smart lighting. And with the support from IFEZ at Smart City Expo, we were able to sign an MOU with a Mongolian municipal government for their street lights. And our business is not an area that we are only working in. Already overseas, companies have developed these solutions. They have received investment and they are acquired and merged with larger scale lighting companies. However, in Korea, there isn't a lighting solution company. The biggest difference that we have with the existing lighting manufacturers is that they have their own technology. They wanted to, it's their proprietary technology. They want to sell their products, but we are an open system. And our business model can be divided into two. We call it OEM and ODM. In Korea, we are at the back end, so it's an ODM. We provide our solutions to the lighting manufacturer. But as we enter overseas, we will use the lighting products of lighting manufacturers and then venture overseas as the OEM. And another model is IoT service using lighting and receiving fees for our services. So it's a service providing business model, and we see that the market is 10 trillion, and we plan to expand, especially in the Asian market, and it is a SaaS-based product. Lighting can work on reducing energy usage, and robots that come out these days. When the robots come into buildings, it is not easy to identify their location, and we can provide accurate and precise location information for robots, and this is another service that we can provide in buildings. So today we are participating in this symposium in Korea. We are carrying out a lot of POCs, and today we wanted to introduce our solution to you, and we would like to co-work with the companies in Canada to accelerate our solution in Quebec. And if opportunity arises, we hope to work with Canadian companies. Thank you very much for your presentation. We heard from Jin Ho-jun of NeoStack on interactive lighting control system. So NeoStack, I am sure that they can venture into larger overseas markets. We will go on to the third pitching session.
Third pitching will be done by the CEO of Hula One Technology, Jang David Langtanu. He's a co-founder of Hula Technologies, and he has sent us a video, and please watch the video.
I'm the co-founder and president of the startup Hula One Technology. It's really a pleasure for me to be here and to present to this great event virtually in Xi'an. Maybe a lot of you know, but due to our excessive plastic consumption and our poor waste management, a lot of plastic enter our environment every day. And as a result, a lot of beach and shores around the world look like this. A lot of organizations try to remove those plastics, but they're facing an impossible task, which is to recover the little particle called microplastic. Those particles are very difficult to recover, but they're also very harmful for many species and even for the human health. It's estimated that we as humans, we ingest 1 credit card of plastic every week. And the problem is not going to stop there. If we continue to consume at the rate we are, it's estimated that our production of plastic will increase by 5-fold until 2050, and the same way for the pollution. So we need to tackle this issue on many different angles, since it's very complicated and global issue. So the first thing we need to do is to reduce our consumption for sure by finding other alternatives as a material for plastic. We need to have better system, waste management system for the end of life of this plastic. And if there's leakage into the environment, we need to have better system to capture those plastic before it gets into the environment and have all of those impacts. And finally, since there's already a lot of plastic out there and the impacts on ecosystem and even on human health is very high, we need to remove it from the environment. At Hula One, we are focusing on the two last points. We developed technology to help recovering plastic from the environment, so preventing the plastic from entering the environment and to recover it and restore ecosystems that are affected by it. Existing technology to act on this problem on land are mostly used by resort owners to have attractive beach for tourists. Those devices have a very good treatment capacity, so they are able to recover and treat a lot of matter very quickly, but often at the expense of ecosystem. And in fact, they're using big rakes to dig the soil where there's a lot of microorganisms. And they're using big sieves to recover everything that is bigger than the grain of sand, including the natural matter that is essential for the ecosystem. They're very big machine too, so they won't be able to go on a rugged and difficult to access terrain. And because they're recovering all type of matter, they won't be able to recycle all the matter, and the client need to put all that matter into landfills. So what we learned is that there's right now a gap on the market for to target customers who have a desire to clean the environment, whether it's for environmental, regulatory, or even economical reasons. But they want to do so in harmony with the ecosystem in place. They want to do it on a rugged or difficult to access terrain. Or finally, they want to valorize the plastic. So either it's for one of those reasons or all of them. This is the gap of the market we were able to see. So this is the reason why we have developed at Hula One two different types of technology to be able to address this gap. So the first one is HO Rack. It's a collection and treatment device, so we are able to recover all the matter with a big suction vacuum system. So that way we can access a very difficult to access terrain, and we are able to only take on the surface the plastic, so we don't have to dig very deep into the soil for recovering the plastic. And after that, we are treating the matter with a composition of two different sieves with different size of mesh. So that way we are able to target the specific size of plastic we want to recover, and we can put back everything that is bigger and even everything that is smaller, like sand. With the HO backpack, it's more a portable device. So that way we are able to access very difficult to access terrain where no machine can go. And with this device, there's no separation, but we can take all the matter we recovered with the backpack and put it into the HO rack so that we treat the matter on site as well. So like I said, the HO rack is working on two steps. So the first is to recover plastic with our vacuum that can go pretty much everywhere. The vacuum can collect all types of matter. And after that, we treat it with a rotating sieve where we put back all the bigger particles like wood and algae, and even the smaller one like sand. Here is an example where we collected on natural matter places where there was a lot of natural matter. So that's why there's still a little bit of the natural matter. But this is another example where we see it was a more normal terrain, and it's 95% of plastic in that case. So we are able to recycle it afterwards. So with different market analysis, what we learn is that there's right now three big markets for the technology I just presented. So the first one is the petrochemical plants that are leaking plastic in their production. And from what we learned, there's a lot of them that have problem with that. The problem is that as of now, they have penalties for leaking those plastic outside of their plants. So the goal for them is to be able to recover it on site before it gets outside and they have to pay for it. So this is the main reason for their interest. An example of a client for this market can be companies that have lost lawsuit or want to prevent lawsuits. There's also a different type of client that want to recover the matter, also to be able to reprocess this on their production. Another big market for us is the transport of those plastic, because it's a primary plastic that are at the base of all of our plastic product around us. But when they transport those resin of plastic that are very small beads, sometimes it gets spilled into the environment. Here is an example of a spill in Sri Lanka where a ship lost 400 container. So this is a 3-year project, and from what we learned, they're right now using shovels and rakes. So with our tool, they can get it done very quickly if we compare to those techniques. And so for them, so our clients for transport company is mostly the insurance company that are covering the cost for those cleanups, and for them to use a tool to have a more efficient way to recover it, it lowered the cost for them. So it's a big incentive for them. So this is an extreme case, but there's often smaller scale spill that occurs pretty much everywhere, mostly on ports, with trucks that transport the plastic, or even train. The last market that we identified was the governmental agency that want to that have problem with the plastic pollution on their shores. So they want to recover the plastic, and sometimes it's on a protected area, so they want to do it with the environment and ecosystem on their mind. So this is the 3 main market for us right now. So far, we have developed a pre-commercial device that we were able to bring to different sites affected by the pollution with customers. So this is an example at one of our customer, very important customer, where you see a terrain that were cleaned by our machine, and on the right it's not clean yet. So you can see like what we are able to do. We have a 99.9% efficiency rate for the separation, so it's a pretty good. So what we collect, we are able to treat very efficiently. So the first reason why our client wants to purchase a machine of Hula One is first to remove the plastic from their environment, because like that they reduce their risk of having lawsuits against them because of plastic spill outside their plant. The other reason is the cost reduction. So first, the human resources. So we did some comparative study from a case study with one of our clients that were using manual methods. So with that, we saw that we were 10 times more efficient than their team. So one of our clients had a team of 8 people to recover the plastic inside their site and even outside. We did the same surface as them in 2 hours with only 2 people that they were doing on a day with 8 people. So this is an example of the cost reduction we can bring to the table for those customers. Another cost reduction is the waste management. So by treating the matter directly on site, we reduce the weight of the matter that the customer needs to process after. And there's also all the matter that matter they have to get rid of. And in our case, there's the possibility of reselling the plastic, which is another potential income for them. So it's a game changer to have a benefit instead of a loss. And finally, we do all that in an eco-friendly way. So they're trying to restore their ecosystem. They don't want to get it worse. So since our beginning, we have been able to secure over 600,000 Canadian dollars in non-dilutive funding, which has allowed us to develop the technology you saw to a pre-commercial level, and to perform three demonstrations with major customer with that device. And finally, we were able to fill a provisional patent on that technology. So the next step for ULA One is to successfully complete a $1 million Canadian dollar of financing round to be able to bring the technology to a market-ready product. So that way we could get all the certification for the sale of the machine internationally. And finally, to complete our first order next summer. So we think we will be able to have 5 to 10 machines delivered to our clients. And after that, we want to begin our growth plan to be able to scale our business to an international level. So to put all this in place, we are 3 associates in the team. What makes us strong is the complementarity of each other. We have a big background in engineering, and Anne-Sophie brings all the business background. We are all passionate by putting science into the service of science and technology to the service of the environment. So that's what brings us together. And as you can see, we are all 3 young entrepreneurs. So it was very important for us to have a lot of support from mentors, partners, and even we have 2 business accelerators now in Quebec City, so the 2 Degrés and Le Camp that are helping us with the commercialization of our tools. So to conclude, I wanted to finish with a quote from an amazing communicator, scientific communicator, David Attenborough, that I think represents a lot of why we are doing all this work with ULA One and why it's so important. The truth is, the natural world is changing, and we are totally dependent on that world. It provides our food, water, and air. It's the most precious thing we have, and we need to defend it. So thanks a lot for listening to me. If you want to contact our team, you can scan the QR code or contact us at the following email address. I hope you enjoyed my presentation, and I wish you a nice event in Xi'an. 감사합니다.
Well, thank you so much for that presentation. That was innovation that can benefit the whole world. That was a presentation done by ULA One. It was very impressive. Now I'd like to move on to the last presentation of this pitching session.
We have Taeyoung Kim from Rovigos. We are going to be hearing about the future of smart logistics using an integrated logistics platform.
So hello everyone. My name is Taeyoung Kim. I'm the CEO of the Rovigos. So we are using UAM for the logistics environment. So the UAM is very special, especially for the logistics. The advantage of UAM, like we don't worry about the traffic jam, bottleneck effect, dirty road, winding road, and mud road. So the UAM is in the future will be the future transportation. So especially we are targeting UAM for the logistics. So by using the UAM, we are sure we're gonna use the logistics more special and more smart and more efficient. So also in the world, by using the UAM, there are lots of the UAM work in the world. So by using UAM, we can transport the container or large of the stocks. Especially in Korea and in Busan, they are targeting lots of the UAM project. So they are using the sky and seashore. So they are try to make more logistics more special by using the UAM. So they try to link port logistics with UAM, and they try to make a UAM airport and port. So by using UAM, there are lots of the projects going in Korea. So we call the UAM project KUAM. So there are KM technology roadmap in the world, in Korea. So for example, for the port, so within the 3 years, we're gonna make a 4 number of vertiport, and within 10 years, like we're gonna make a 52 vertiport in Korea, and there will be a lot of the route to transport the logistics, and in 2035, there will be more than 40,000 daily operation will be worked. And also in Korea, we already set up the price of the UAM cost. So in the future, we're gonna pay just $1 per kilometer. Yeah, also we are expecting the number of the passenger for the UAM. So UAM is not the future work, is coming to our daily life. So in for the logistics, we are trying to use the UAM, and by using the cloud system, we also use the AM solution. So through the UAM, we're gonna get the data acquisition through the cloud system, and we perform AI solution for the UAM logistics. So especially you are thinking about UAM technology with AI. So for the transportation, so by using AI solution, we're gonna select, okay, this stock is for flight, or this for is the bus. So we're gonna select which one is better by using AI, and we're gonna make a schedule for the UAM scheduling and the cost. So we are targeting a UAM platform for the logistics. So especially we are trying to integrate all the UAM solution in our application and service. So we are trying to provide 4D flight plan. So especially UAM and the drone, they will fly in the air. So we need to make a 4D flight plan. And also we need to track their status of the UAM. So we're gonna make a fault detection. And also we're gonna make some emergency operation by using the UAM and AI solution. So this is our strength of our platform. So we're gonna use the cloud-based system so that we can easily increase our capitalism. So we're gonna increase our skills. So we're gonna get the data through the cloud, and by using AI, we're gonna make some AI solutions such as selecting vehicle, cost, and transportation plan. And based on that, we're gonna make a user service for application as the homepage. And so this kind of solution will be provided to the users, such as the terminal manager, vertiport manager, truck driver, and UAM passenger. So this is one of our application. So by using our application, we're gonna select some our package. So which one is better, such as a drone and bus. And based on that, we're gonna show them how much is it and how takes time you need to send up a package. So as a UAM and startup, we expand and we introduce our solution in the world, so such as Slingshot in Singapore and Berlin last year, and also we are selected as a Asian Berlin top 6 startup last year as well. And also we are doing many UAM-based some project in Korea, and also we are working with some Seoul University and Ina University and Ulsan Port and Incheon Port Authority. So we are trying to expand our solution in the world. Also, we have some partner in global, so we can easily expand our solution to the globally. And as a cloud-based company, we got supported by Amazon, Naver, and Microsoft. So that means like we have a strong cloud background. And for me, like it's my honor to be here because I graduated my master McGill University in Canada, and this is our team, and we have like 10 number of employee in my company, and I'm very happy to be here to introduce Incheon to all of guys, and I hope lots of cooperation together. Thank you so much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
So that was the last pitch by our startups. That was the CEO of Lovigas, Kim Tae-yong.
네, 여러분 오늘 하루 동안 어떠셨습니까?
So did you enjoy the whole program? Today, we held this 2022 IFEZ Smart City International Symposium under the topic of Incheon meets Quebec. Now, this is time for us to say goodbye to each other. I think it was a very valuable time for us to share expertise and experiences of many experts and startups from both countries. And I believe that Incheon and Quebec will lead the growth of a smart city in two countries. I just hope for a brighter future for two countries. And with this, I'd like to say goodbye to all of you. Thank you so much for your attention.